Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This Honorable Superior Court for the County of Wake is now convened and sitting for the regular dispatch of business. The Honorable Judge Paul C. Ridgway, President and presiding. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. God save this state and this Honorable Court. Please be seated and remain quiet. Make sure all electronic devices are shut off at this time. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Yes.
The defendant's not here yet. We're still waiting.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm informed again that the defendant is not present in next door, so we'll wait a few minutes until Mr. Thompson arrives. We'll stand at ease.
Superior Court's now back in session.
Thank you. So back on the record, good morning again. At this time we turn to the defense, and Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Your Honor. Just like to give a brief statement as far as what we believe the evidence has shown thus far and what we believe our presentation will show to you for the remainder of this week. When we came into this, it was Austin and our team's sincere hope that handling this entire process without a trial would be the at least start of some closure for it. All parties involved. We understand the magnitude of what Austin was accused of. We understand that it will be an event that everybody that came in this courtroom will remember for the rest of their lives. But did want to say that we were always preparing for trial in this. Obviously, Your Honor has already stated in your presentation at the beginning that we are limited in what the disposition of this case will be. We're going to have life without parole or life with some kind of a parole. And it was Austin's decision after Ms. Manette, myself, and Mr. Elmore had filed all these motions and made all this preparation and started subpoenaing witnesses to make that call and say, I don't want to do this. He has always been fully owning of what he did that day. He's seen the videos of it, and he understands the ramifications of what he's doing and the ramifications of all these processes and procedures that we've been through for these 2 weeks. So we know all the facts except for why. And we believe our presentation will tell finally that why. The who is not in question, the what is not in question. It has always been the why. You've heard already about a young man that life seemed very ordinary on the surface. 2-parent household, living in a subdivision, HOA, kids playing on the street, and all those things. And he lived a normal, ordinary life. He went to school, he got good grades, he excelled at school. He had a brother, like most other families. He played games with his brother. His brother was his best friend. He cannot tell you why his brother became his first victim. He cannot tell you why he wrote that note the way that he did. And he cannot tell you why he ran down the streets of Hedingham terrorizing the people that day. But leading up to that, there were no red flags. There was no hatred in his heart. There was no plan, considerations made. This is what I'm going to do. These are the preparations I'm going to make, and this is what I'm going to do on this day. Your Honor, the state has presented witnesses and evidence, especially talking specifically about Dr. Gibson, about this pathway to violence. And I believe their own evidence does not put Austin on that pathway, Your Honor. The indicators that she was looking for, that she said existed in the vast majority of these cases, does not exist for Austin Thompson. He had no suicidal ideations. He had no murderous, homicidal ideations. He had no plan or scheme. He was not picked upon. He was not bullied. He had no grudge or no revenge that he needed to exact on anyone. The stats that she presented said the vast majority, I believe at one point it was 9 out of 10, especially when you're talking about these younger adults that do these kind of actions, 9 out of 10 of them talk to someone about it because it's their cry for help. And they recognize that something is going wrong and want the attention from this. That was never Austin Thompson. There were never any indications that you heard from a mother and a father, especially, that he was extremely close to. There was never any issue. This young man got driven to school by his brother that day with his mom, did his homework, wrote an essay, turned everything in, and then drove home, took the bus home and came and watched his brother play video games, and then shot him in the head for no reason. This is the why that we're looking for that has not been substantiated in anything that the state has presented thus far, Your Honor. No premeditated grievance, never felt any wrong. And I think especially when dealing with Austin Thompson being a 15-year-old at that time, never any, what she said, leakage or letting people know that this was a possibility. We hear him talk to his father on the phone that day. We heard him, not on that day, during the event, talk to his father twice, and his dad never picked up anything from it. His father had asked him specifically about James, and felt nothing in his verse, heard nothing in his voice. Austin was running through the woods after already committing these actions, gets a phone call from his dad, and his dad said that he was in a cool state of voice. And that is not any calculation. That is because Austin was put on this path, and what you will hear for the vast extent of our presentation, we'll be talking about minocycline and the disastrous effects that this had on Austin that he had no clue about, but is a marked, noted, documented side effect of these kind of drugs. And I think one of the things that came to us while we're going through this, another drug that is prescribed, that a lot more well known, is Accutane. And those drugs you have to sign a waiver to take those. And I think just hearing these pharmaceutical ads where they kind of ramble through all these side effects at the end, if you feel like you're suicidal, call your doctor. Austin did not know what he was putting in his body on his face. And deeper than that, Your Honor, there are distinct genetic markers that would make Austin more susceptible to having these kind of side effects. We know that it's a rare side effect. Like I said, it is documented and noticed, and they make people aware that this is something that could happen. We think this is shown by the state's evidence, but this depersonalization that you hear about and see. Austin walking around like a zombie. Austin having a blank stare. And I'll touch a little bit on the video games, because I think since Mortal Kombat came out in the 90s, violent video games have always been a red herring or a straw man for young men acting out in this way. But this minocycline depersonalization and him playing these first-person shooters and playing Call of Duty, when we look at the video and see him act this way, at 5:30 in the afternoon, without a care to cover his face, without a care to run and hide, acting like he was a character in one of those shooter games that he plays, casually walking down the street, shooting people, slowing down, running for a little bit, stopping, making this 90-degree turn that we heard about when he killed Officer Lopez. He was under the throes of this depersonalization caused by minocycline, and he can't understand it. And I do think it's proper for us to talk about the searches some. As Ms. Manetta brought out, these searches encompass such a small percentage of the things that he was looking for, especially when they were talking about these two shootings that happened. They're holding against Austin, searching for something that is relevant in the media. The Buffalo shooting, the Uvalde shooting, he's looking them up at the same time that they were happening, which is an exceedingly normal thing for a kid to do. He is inquisitive. His interests were hunting and guns, so some of his searches are going to be hunting and guns. But you will hear about all these other things that he was searching as well that are not relevant to premeditating, planning a crime. And we would say even those searches that would, I guess, talk about guns or be looking for guns, it wasn't a plan, it wasn't a plot or a plan. And they talked specifically about the note and saying, I'm doing this because of my environmental terrorism of some sort that he did on one day at one time. And for whatever reason, that stuck in his head when he wrote that note. but he was not obsessed with the environment. He was not obsessed with people destroying the planet. That was what was in his head, and when he scrawled out that note under the effects of that minocycline. Your Honor, because of his age at the time, we're having this hearing, and Austin is to go through this process. I think society understands that 15-year-olds are different, or young people are different in general. He still has a long life ahead of him, and at the end of all this, we're still going to be asking you to sentence him for more time in prison than he has been alive. But with the opportunity at parole, with the opportunity at redemption, with the opportunity that long after our careers are over and we might not be around, the Austin will have the opportunity to present to a whole other panel of people that may not be even born yet, the opportunity to talk about what he has done, talk about changes that he has made, and talk about his ability to still be a productive person in society. And I struggle to say that afternoon, that cluster of hours, not sentencing Austin to die in prison, not sentencing a man that committed a kid that committed an act when he was 15 years old to die in prison. Alternatives short of that are also very extreme for a 15-year-old. A 15-year-old that still can't tell us why, still does not truly know why, and a 15-year-old that left his brain and a lot of his personality in the shed when he was surrounded by law enforcement. Your Honor, there have been multiple times during this hearing that I think everyone shifted in their chair to see Austin's reaction to his mom's testimony, to his dad's testimony, generally to the testimony, and wanting to know how he was going to react. We will tell you why he reacted, how he has reacted, how he has, and we'll also tell you that Austin sits here in ways that you cannot see, but shaking and quivering and fully remorseful for his actions of that day. He is not unredeemable. He is not incorrigible. And sitting here, he can't stand up and tell us why he did what he did that day. But I know our presentation will give some light to why the events in Hedingham happened the way that they did. And I hope that you keep that in full consideration in determining its punishment, because whatever punishment is chosen for Mr. Austin Thompson is going to be extreme. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
We call Elise Thompson, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Thompson. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, may be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Thompson.
Hi.
Now, I know you've already introduced yourself to the court, but please do so again.
My name's Elise Thompson, and I'm Austin's mom.
I want to start, Ms. Thompson, by saying I am not going to ask you about October 13th at all today, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk to you about everything before that and everything after that, all right?
Okay.
Could you pull the microphone down? Thank you.
Before we get started, Ms. Thompson, I just wanted to ask you, you have not been in court except for the times that you have testified, right?
Yes, I've been working.
Is that something that you have to do?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Thompson, how old were you when James was born?
1 month before I turned 36.
And we've heard that he and Austin were about 18 months apart, is that right?
A little less than that, yes.
A little less than that. And so you would have been about 37?
I was 37.
Okay. And so 2 babies very quickly, right?
Yes, we didn't know if we could because of my age.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, I am handing you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5. Do you know what that is?
Yes, it's a thumb drive of the photos that I saw
And how do you know that?
because you showed them to me today, this morning.
And is there a mark on there that indicates it's the same one?
Yes, I put my initials this morning.
And these photos, what are they of?
Austin and some with James when they're growing up. A lot of them are younger pictures.
And would these help illustrate your testimony about your life?
Yes.
Your Honor, at
And
this time,
activities, yes.
at this time, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
May I have 1 second, Your Honor? I don't want to be heard this time, Your Honor, no objection.
Exhibit 5's admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you like the lights dim?
They can stay on, Your Honor. I intend to use this throughout the entire presentation. All right, Ms. Thompson, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at his newborn picture at Rex Hospital.
And I know you said his, and we're talking about Austin, but let's make sure that we're being
Okay.
clear. So this is Austin?
Yes, it's Austin Thompson, and he was born on June 10th, 2007, so it would be that week.
And how was, what was it like when you first held him?
It's an amazing feeling. It's a feeling of warmth, it's overwhelming, it's happy tears, it's just a whole mix of emotions that's positive.
There we go. Is it mine, Your Honor? I don't.
Just check the connection on the computer, make sure it's...
My computer indicates it's still projecting because I've got the.
All right. Hopefully...
All right. Cross our fingers and hope it stays.
Okay.
And oops, turn this on. That would help. Moving to this next slide. What are these pictures of?
It looks like right when I had him that we got to hold him.
seems like it's gonna flicker. If we can just,
That's
I
okay.
guess, bear with it. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
We're gonna call a technician and try to make do until
Okay.
we can get a solution.
Would you like me to keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay. And so this picture down here on the bottom right, is that you holding Austin?
It is. We're at the hospital. Mm-hmm.
And the one in the upper left, is that Alan?
That is Alan. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I'm guessing here we're looking at James and Austin, is that right?
Yes, you're right.
And who's holding them?
Alan's mother, their grandmother.
Their grandmother. And it looks like Austin is still fairly new in that picture.
Oh, yeah.
So James was really young when he was born, right?
Yes, he was. He was just a toddler. Mm-hmm.
How did James adjust to being a big brother?
He did great. He always tried to help. I don't know if Alan mentioned, but when he first met him, Austin started to whine and cry, and he went over to the kitchen table. He got a pacifier and he put it right in his mouth.
How did he know to do that?
Because he had been to, probably because he had been to daycare when he was 4.5 months old.
Oh. So he
So
was used
he probably saw it.
to helping with other babies at daycare.
Yes.
And as Austin was a newborn, how did he do?
He did really well. And we also knew what was going on second time around. But he did well. He got on a routine and he stayed on a routine. He didn't flip his days and nights. He did pretty well.
Was he a good sleeper for a baby?
For that age, yes, he was a good sleeper. He slept for a few hours at a time, which was nice.
And about how old would he have been in this picture?
Oh, I want to just say maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months.
Now, when did he start going to childcare, daycare or childcare?
I believe 2.5 months.
2.5 months, so right
I
around that
believe.
age?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How did he do when he started daycare?
Oh, he did well. He did well. He was a good baby. He didn't mind a new environment or a new person.
Were he and James in the same class, or were they in
Yes, they were in the same class.
Now, what are we seeing in this photo?
He had a christening or a dedication at New Hope Baptist Church in Raleigh.
Did your family attend that church?
Yes, we did. We got married at that church and we attended that church for at least 7 years or so, if not more.
Can you tell me what a baby dedication is?
It's just like a christening for an infant, but they don't do the oil or holy water on their head like they do in the Catholic religion. The pastor gives the baby a blessing, and then he holds him, and he typically walks them up and down the church aisle once so everyone can see the baby, and then hand it back.
And I see the cake there. Was there some sort of celebration afterwards?
Yes, we went to our house, and his Alan's family drove in 2 hours, and a couple of my girlfriends went, and it was just a nice little get together.
Okay. Now, how old would the boys have been here?
Almost 2 years old, if not 2.
For James?
For James, yes, excuse me. Yes, for James.
And so Austin would have been, I mean, he's sitting up, so
He's sitting up, so I want to say at minimum 7 months if he's sitting up.
And the way James is looking at him, it looks like he really enjoys Austin.
He did. He always watched out for him too, when they were little especially.
So once Austin was a little bit more on the move, how did their relationship grow or change?
Well, they still did what people call parallel play, where they don't play together, but they'll play in the same room and they'll play with the same type of toys. They just don't go back and forth with the toys. But yeah, they did well together.
What are we seeing in this picture?
We are seeing the messy first birthday cake tradition.
Explain that for me.
My parents flew in, and Alan's family drove 2 hours again to come in for the day, and we had cake and presents, and it was fun for him, and he made a nice little mess and took a bunch of pictures.
And I noticed that the decorations are Winnie the Pooh. Is that a
Yes.
favorite of his?
At the time, yes, it was.
Did he have other favorites at other points in time?
Oh, sure. It was Iron Man and the superheroes and the Cars movie and the usual children's stuff. Yes.
Now this is a video, and how old? Whoop. See if we'll get this back. How old would Austin have been in this video?
He looks like he's only 1 year old, and it looks like he's at his grandmother's house.
And around this time period, did he like to dance?
Yeah, he did, just as the little babies do. They'll bend their knees up and down and they'll wave their hands.
It's been suggested that I switch to the copy that's on my computer rather than on the thumb drive. Can we try that?
We can try it. The county's audiovisual technician is at the control box, which is outside the courtroom. So I suspect that it's something at our end, not your end. You can try that, maybe it'll make a difference.
Okay. Well, we'll give it a try. It's not going to hurt anything. And let's see. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video. So is that sort of bopping up and down that you were describing?
Yes. Because he was so young.
Now, Ms. Thompson, what are we seeing in this picture?
We are seeing right before we're going trick-or-treating in the neighborhood.
Right before you're going trick-or-treat. And how old would the boys have been here?
That would have been Austin's second Halloween. He would have been 1 and a couple of months.
And that's you in that picture, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how, if you saw that?
I did. It was Easter.
It was Easter. And how old would the boys have been there?
I want to say 2.5. Austin would have been around 2.5. And James would have been 3.5. Or 4, going on 4.
And that looks like it might have been a professional picture.
It is. We would take them for professional pictures when they were little.
Yeah. What is this picture?
That is a cute picture of him sleeping with his new goggles that he did not want to take off. And we said, okay, not doing anything. So he took a nap with his new goggles on. And we let him.
And there's a date on this picture, 7/10/2010.
Okay.
How old would he have been then?
Would have been 3.
3. And those were brand new goggles he just couldn't take off.
He could not take them off, and we said it's okay. It's not hurting anything.
It's a little hard to see right now, but I'm noticing his hair is super blonde.
It is. Yes.
How long did he have really blonde hair?
Just the first 3.5, 4 years. And then it went brown.
And then it went brown. Did you have a nickname for that hair?
Yes. We, the 1980s singer, we call it the Billy Idol hair.
Ms. Manette, we're going to need to reset the system. So I think what we'll do is stand at ease for about 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
5 minutes, and just give us a thumbs up and share this. We need to turn it off. back on the record, apologize for the delay. I want to thank our excellent Wake County services for their time of response. We've come up with at least a temporary solution that ought to work, so hopefully we won't have any further interruptions. Ms. Manette.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, where we stopped, we were talking a little about Billy Idol hair, I think.
Yes. His blonde flyaway hair, yes.
All right. Moving into this picture, what are we seeing?
We're seeing that Alan and my father went to the PGA tournament, Augusta, I believe, and they came home with those baseball hats and they tried them on for a picture.
Did they like the hats?
Yes, they did.
And we're going to talk about this a little later too, but you mentioned the PGA Tour. Is there something about golf in your family?
Yes, Alan, I married a scratch golfer, which meant his handicap was 3 and below, and pros have a handicap of 0.
So golf was something that Alan was into?
Yes, and then they had the plastic little Fisher-Price golf clubs, and they would play with those. And then later on, my father bought James real golf clubs that were for his size.
So is that an interest that Alan and your dad shared?
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm.
Did either of the boys ever pick that up at all?
James did a little bit more than Austin did, but they liked to just play around with ball and sometimes in the sand traps at the driving range.
So moving on to there we go. This set of pictures here. What are we looking at in these pictures?
That was Halloween again, obviously, and they had gone. That was the first movie we ever took them to, was the Cars movie, and so Austin wanted that, and I found a costume, and James he didn't mind what costume he wore, and he liked that one, so we picked that one up at the store.
So he was into it for Austin.
Yes.
And I noticed the date on the photo is 10/30, so that's the day before Halloween.
Right.
Is there a reason they're all dressed up that day as opposed to Halloween?
Yes, it could have been either for school they wore their costume, as long as they had an open face, and it also could have been that was the trick-or-treating assigned evening for the neighborhood.
Moving forward one, this looks like it is the Halloween day. What are we seeing in this photo?
We always read them Dr. Seuss books at night, so we went with the Dr. Seuss theme, and I made the costumes for them, and then we went trick-or-treating around the neighborhood.
And you said you made those costumes?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
And is this you in a matching costume too?
Yes, it is.
Now I noticed that Alan isn't in this picture.
He's taking the pictures.
He's taking the pictures. Did he join you in the family costume?
No, it was not his thing. But that's okay.
But this was one of your things with the boys, is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite holiday, is Halloween.
And you mentioned that you read the boys' Dr. Seuss books.
Mm-hmm.
Did Austin have a favorite?
I think his favorite was, which he memorized very quickly, was the Dr. Seuss, something with a foot book. Big feet, little feet. That's what I think it's called.
And so at this point, I think Austin still would have been about 3 and James about 4, is that right?
4.5, yes.
4.5. And as they're getting a little older and have a little more personality, what is their relationship like?
They got along really well. They hardly ever even play wrestled. They barely ever did that. They got along very well. And then when they got a little bit older than that, they would sit and they would put Legos together and follow the booklet.
So at this point, are they still doing that parallel play, or are they playing with each other?
They were playing with each other a lot of the times.
All right. I apologize for all the technology issues, but my clicker does not seem to want to work. There we go. It will. There we go. What is this photo?
This is our church at New Hope Baptist Church. They offered to take pictures, and they were making a church book with all of the people that attended.
And at this point, how was your family involved in the church?
We went every Sunday, and we also went to Sunday school right after the service. And the boys, for their age bracket, they also had Sunday school, geared for their age, of course.
And here we are with some more golf. Is this Austin playing golf?
It is, yes.
And are those the clubs that your dad bought for James?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So would both boys play with them sometimes?
Yes, they would. Mm-hmm. And they had no problem taking turns.
What are we seeing in this photo?
We are seeing the one night every year that I did not mind having a huge mess. That is Christmas Eve making cookies.
And did you do this every year with the boys?
Yes.
Even as they got older, into their teen years, did you do this?
I think we did, but we scaled off on doing that for the whole evening. But yes, we would go to church service on Christmas Eve, and we'd usually be done earlier. Like, I want to say we would be out of Christmas Eve service by like 6-ish, and then we would pick up something to eat a lot of times, and then we did the cookies at night.
Did some of those cookies get left for Santa?
Yes, they always agreed to leave 3 or 4 on the plate for Santa. So it was okay.
And what is in this photo?
They are trying soccer for the first year. And James enjoyed it more than Austin did. So James finished the whole year and Austin did not.
Now, you talked, when you were testifying earlier last week, you talked about how both boys were really athletic, but
Yes, they
that James sort of liked it more than Austin.
Yes.
And was that true throughout their whole lives?
Yes, pretty much. Austin did do at least 2 seasons of upward basketball, but he was good at it. He just wasn't into it as much as James was.
Did you ever notice any sort of jealousy or anything else that Austin may have had for James being more into sports or anything like that?
No, I never noticed that Austin minded. And growing up, the 3 of us would go and watch James. Austin would come with us. So, no, it wasn't an issue.
Did he seem to enjoy cheering on his brother?
It seemed like it, yes.
And what is this picture?
That is them loving to be at the pool every summer. They enjoyed it very much. They really enjoyed playing around in the pool, and then they were on the swim team for a couple of years also, the neighborhood swim team.
And what are we seeing here?
You are seeing Austin sitting on Uncle Travis, Alan's older brother. I believe it was his 50th birthday that we drove in for.
And so at this point, Austin would have been almost 5, is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And we've seen a lot of pictures with some extended family. Can you tell me about the extended family that was involved with y'all?
Sure. The only extended family on my side was when my parents would fly in once a year and stay for 4 to 5 days. And we always made it a point to drive to see Grandma every other month. We would take the boys, and we would also invite her to any school events that were going on, such as when they graduated from preschool. And we would always see Alan's side of the family for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
And were there cousins?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. There were 2 nieces from the Greensboro area in North Carolina, and the niece and nephew are his 2 children, and that's in Whiteville, North Carolina, which is 2 hours away.
So lots of family celebrations.
Yes, we did. And that is the swim team that I mentioned earlier.
The picture on the left, is that Austin?
It is, uh-huh.
And is he holding up a ribbon?
Yes, they did.
But the picture on the right shows both boys proudly displaying their wins.
Yes, after the swim meet. Mm-hmm.
And what are we seeing in this picture?
We are seeing a playground picture. I'm pretty sure that was also in Whiteville.
And is
Just a day with spending the weekend with Grandma and then going to that playground.
and is that you and Austin?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
So at this point, he would have been 5 and about to go into kindergarten. Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What was your relationship like with him at that point?
Oh, everything was good. It was just a normal, 2 little boys. And I had to keep everything on track, like to make sure I had the bags packed for the next morning and that type of thing, so that it was not a fire drill. And it worked. Got the hang of it. And they were very good. They would get up and get ready. They were pretty independent.
So even at 5, they were 5 and 6. They were doing a good job of getting themselves ready for school.
Yes, and we would. I'd have them pick out their clothes the night before to make it a little easier, more smooth. And yeah, they did pretty well on routines. I think preschool helped a lot with that also.
And around this time period, what were Austin's interests?
We'd just say regular playing with toys at home and being on the playground and going to the pool. Just normal little kid stuff. And they liked the Noggin channel.
What's the Noggin channel?
It's a channel just for babies through young children age brackets. Like it wouldn't be SpongeBob or Tom and Jerry cartoons or anything like we would watch when we were kids. It was all geared towards young children.
Okay. Now, what are we seeing in this photograph?
You are seeing the only male cousin that they have, Brandon, and they are at the beach having fun again.
And so in that upper right photograph, is that James and Austin flanking their cousin?
Yes, you're right. Mm-hmm.
And then on the left, is that Austin trying to show something off that he found?
It looks like some type of seashell he's trying to show us.
Okay. Oh, I've got it. And this, I don't know if you can see it, but down in the left corner, it says 2012, 2013.
Mm-hmm.
So was this a school photograph?
Yes, it is. It's a school photograph. Mm-hmm.
And how old would he have been there?
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten. I'm noticing his hair is all styled. Was that special for that photograph?
No, actually they liked, Alan would put gel in their hair and comb it over every morning before school.
So both boys?
Yes, they started out that way. Yes, every morning.
And what is this photograph?
This is clearly right around Christmas time, and they're just posing for us. And if I'm not mistaken, we also took casual family photos that day and put it on a Christmas card.
And you talked a little earlier about sort of your Christmas tradition with the cookies.
Yep.
Were there any other big holiday traditions?
The only other tradition was that we would always celebrate Christmas at their grandmother's house with Alan's side of the family, obviously, because they lived in North Carolina.
And this photograph here, what are we looking at?
One of the lakes near Whiteville, North Carolina, and Grandma, and Alan, of course.
So the picture on the left, that's Alan's mom in the background?
Yes.
And then the picture on the right obviously has Alan
Yes.
in it. And this lake was one of the places they like to go in Whiteville?
Yes, and then they would like to go to, they have a couple of good seafood restaurants around there, and they would always like to enjoy eating there also.
One second. There we go. Looking at this photo, what are we seeing?
We're seeing the first day of school. It looks like first and second grade.
What is James's expression there?
I don't know, it's just fun. When we told them, okay, ready? And then that's the face that they made.
So Austin would have been going into first grade here.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How did he like school?
Oh, he actually did well in school, and he liked it just fine. And there wasn't a whole lot of homework when they came home from school.
What would they do after school at this time period?
They would play outside at that age and play with the Legos that I mentioned before, and they would we graduated from the Noggin Little Children's Channel. They liked some of the shows on Nickelodeon.
And did they go to an after-school program, or was somebody?
Yes, they went to an after. I'm sorry, I didn't say. Yes, they did, because I worked till 5, and so did Alan. Alan worked till 6 usually. So I would pick them up after school every day.
Now, what are we seeing in this photograph?
We are seeing our trip to Disney in October for Halloween, and I made Fred Flintstone, or the Flintstones theme for the 4 of us.
So this time Alan joined in?
Yes, just for a couple of hours. Yes, he brought this t-shirt with him.
Disney will make you do strange things, huh?
Yes, Disney does that to you.
Did you go to Disney any other times besides this trip?
No, just this one time we went, and they had a great time.
Is this another photograph from that trip?
Yes, it is.
All right. I think we're into 2014. What is this photograph?
This looks like we are just finished church, and one of our neighbors took a picture for us.
And would this have been at your home?
Yes, it is outside of our house. Mm-hmm.
And I think there's been previous testimony for Austin's entire life. Y'all lived in that same house in Hedingham?
Yes, we did. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go. So this is a video, but before we play it, what is happening here?
This was an event at Trinity Baptist Church that they had once a year. It was like a fun day. It was on a Saturday, and it was a free event that they had for all the church folks and their families. And it would be that, and it would be like hot dogs and popcorn and cotton candy type of theme.
So this is Trinity Baptist. Did you switch churches at some point?
We did when they were a little bit older.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this was just some sort of carnival that they had there?
Yep, they had that once a year.
And is this you right here?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Now, I notice that Austin is wearing high socks in some of these photographs.
Yeah.
Did he like knee-high socks?
He likes the knee-high socks that were the athletic. They were either Nike or Under Armour. He liked his socks to coordinate with his outfits, which is fair. But yes, he definitely preferred the high knee socks over the mid what I would call the more traditional or more common length, but he liked that. He was comfortable in those for some reason.
And you said he liked to coordinate his entire outfit?
Yes, he did.
So down at the bottom corner, if you can't see it, it says 2014 to 15. So
Yep.
that would have been about second grade?
Yes, that would be his school picture. Mm-hmm.
He's got some new teeth growing in.
Yeah.
Now, you've mentioned to me before that Austin had to have some dental work at different points.
Yes, when he was a toddler, he had a cavity that was in between both of his bottom molars. So he had to be put under for that.
That sounds. You've identified that at points as being something that was a more difficult experience than I think expected. Can you tell me a little more about what happened there?
We thought that the dentist thought that they could just give him some type of a, I'm going to say, I think it was like a laughing gas. Mm-hmm. And I took the day off of work and I took him to that dentist, but she tried to do it and tried to play a movie at the same time, but he wasn't reacting. He was getting more of an angry response for that, and the dentist said that that's pretty normal or pretty common reaction for children that don't do well with laughing gas, that it makes them angry. So we had to go to a specialty pediatric dentist that actually put him under completely to have his 2 cavities filled on his bottom tooth.
Did those experiences or any other dental experiences you have cause any reaction with him? Did he struggle?
No, he didn't. He just had one where his older, I don't know, I want to say maybe middle school-ish, that I took him to get a dental cleaning and the hygienist accidentally slipped and did a small cut on his gum, which of course would shock anyone. But then it was fine. He just had a regular cleaning.
And what is this photo here?
That looks like Easter. And we're in our yard for that.
And is that you with the 2 boys?
Yes, uh-huh.
So at this point, we're getting into Austin being almost 8, and
Yep.
James would have been
9.5
at this point. What was their relationship like at this point, upper elementary?
They were really close. They did really well together. Even though they had separate bedrooms, they always played together, and they would watch TV shows together, whether it be SpongeBob, and when they were younger it was the Dora the Explorer or something. And they would play ball together inside and outside. And they definitely enjoyed going to the pool every season.
And this is another video, but tell me what we're looking at here.
I believe we're looking at Labor Day at Creedmoor Lake, I'm pretty sure. And we spent the afternoon there.
Austin. James, can you guys get on the phone?
So, in that video, was that the boys enjoying the water?
Yes, they always enjoyed being in the water, as you could see. And they were decent swimmers too.
Now, what are we seeing in this photograph here?
We are seeing them going on of one of their hunting outings, and I believe that is a couple hours away from Raleigh.
Okay. And so we've got, this is Alan right here?
Yes.
And then James, and then Austin?
Yep.
And so we're looking at 2017, so Austin would have been about 9.5 there, is that right?
Yes.
And James would have just turned 11.
Yes.
So Alan has testified about how he would take the boys hunting.
Yes.
Tell me a little about this hobby.
They got into it about that age, and they would go squirrel, dove, and turkey hunting during season. And those were the three that I remember off the top of my head.
And were you aware of any gun safety instruction or anything else that went on as part of this?
Yes, we all sat down. I remember on a living room couch one afternoon, and Alan going through how to always keep the safety on, and that we never keep the ammunition in the gun. It's always a separate location, or we keep it in the box. We never load it. And that they only load it and are while Alan is present, and it was usually just for the hunting trip itself. When I say hunting trip, I mean Saturday and Sunday.
And at this point, we're talking about the boys being a little younger, but
Yes.
Did any way that they ever interacted with the guns or with hunting cause you any concern?
No, it did not. Not at all. 'Cause we told them, or excuse me, Alan told them about the safety of it, and that you respect guns, and they're not a toy. You just go hunting with it.
Of the two boys, did one take to hunting more than the other?
Austin preferred hunting over James. Yes.
And as the years progressed, did all three of them continue to hunt?
No, as they got older, it was mostly Alan and Austin, and then James and I would be home for the weekend, and we would go to like adventure landing or some type of putt-putt activity while they were gone Saturday and Sunday.
Would you say that hunting was something that Austin and Alan bonded over?
Yes, they enjoyed it.
I believe there's also been testimony about fishing. Was that another activity that Alan did with the boys?
Yes, James enjoyed it more because Austin got a little bit seasick, so it was hard. So he only fished a few times, especially with salt water. It rocked the boat too much.
So would Alan and James go fishing sometimes without Austin?
Sometimes they would, yes.
So overall, would you say that each boy's individual interests were nurtured?
Oh, yes, definitely. And we never pushed them. As I mentioned, Austin only did a couple seasons of upward basketball, and we didn't push him to say, you have to do it next year, or any of that. We let them go at the pace that they wanted to.
Oops, skipped one, I think. Go back. There we go. Now, what is this picture?
That is Austin taking a selfie of all of us, and it looks like we're on our way to church.
And I'm still noticing that gelled hair.
Yes, they definitely liked the gel in the hair and to comb it over, yep. And then eventually they did that themselves.
And this one has the year 1819 at the bottom. So doing the math, that would have been his 6th grade photograph?
Yeah, 6th grade at Riverbend Middle School.
And so we're getting into 2018 and 2019, so we're just shy of the pandemic, and he's in 6th grade. What were his primary interests at this point?
They liked to play the computer games. They were both good in school. They made merit roll, I remember, in middle school. They just had the normal tween age group boy activities. They both had bikes that they liked to ride. And they'd like to throw the football in the street. Just normal kid stuff.
And did both boys have friends?
They did, but they were mainly school friends, or we didn't have many kids like in and out of the house and having lunch and all that. They just mainly school friends that I just said, and also sometimes they would go down to the playground and throw the football around with the other neighborhood kids.
And what are we seeing in this photograph?
You are seeing a gathering in Whiteville, North Carolina, with Grandma directly behind Austin.
Right here?
Yes, and then to the left of the grandmother is Alan's older brother, his wife, and their 2 kids.
Okay. And this here is Austin and this
Yep.
James?
Yes.
And are we still seeing that style of the socks matching the outfit?
Yes. He stuck with that. Yes.
And the tall socks?
Yes, he liked those.
So this photograph, tell me what we're seeing in this one.
It looks like they're at Home Depot or Lowe's having fun, and Grandma is in the background. I was not there for that.
Is this Austin pushing the wheelbarrow?
It is.
And
yes.
James is inside of it?
Yep, it's middle school.
Does this sort of sum up their relationship?
Yes, definitely. They got along very well.
All right, and what are we seeing in this photograph?
I believe that's their squirrel hunting, excuse me, turkey hunting trip, sorry. I didn't see the bottom photograph.
I imagine that during COVID, hunting was one of the few activities that didn't stop.
Right, it was, and yes, because you're outdoors and you didn't have to have a mask every time. Yep, it was a nice break to get outdoors and do something else.
While we are here, let's talk for a minute about COVID.
Sure.
Tell me how the COVID pandemic affected your family.
The pandemic affected us by, at my job, I believe I had to start working from home around April of the pandemic, and the boys, their school stopped also, and they had to do online school in the same time frame. And I remember they always got up, they always did their work, they were very responsible, and Alan started to be a handyman because his company was closing because of COVID. And I was at the kitchen table Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 taking calls. And after the boys were done with their online school, they would take turns playing the video game, which was right within earshot of where I was working. And they were always acted respectful, and they didn't yell or make any noise while I was working. And then we would normally eat dinner together.
We, I think as a society, have heard a lot of stories of people being really affected by the social isolation of COVID. Did you notice any concerning sort of responses that the boys had to being home all the time?
No, I didn't notice anything. They seemed to handle it pretty well. And then they would also, as I mentioned earlier, they would go outside. Sometimes the 3 of them, sometimes just James and Austin go outside and throw the football just to get some air. You know, because you are inside all the time in front of a computer going to school.
And for some people, being kind of cooped up with the same people all the time led to negative interactions. Was that anything that happened to y'all?
Surprisingly, no. Surprisingly, it just was an even keel the whole year and a half or so that it lasted. So we did pretty good for that.
Now, what are we seeing in this photograph?
They are on one of their trips, and I'm not sure if that is Tennessee or the mountains. I'm not sure which one it is.
And so we've got the Alan, James, and Austin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They had fun with their weekends together.
Would Alan take them out of town frequently?
Yes, I'd say he took them a couple times a year for a long holiday weekend to the mountains. They enjoyed it. I couldn't do all the curves and the driving since after I had the boys, I have a little bit of vertigo, which is not a lot of fun if anybody's ever had it. You get very nauseated very quickly.
And so I'm noticing here that Austin has braces.
Yes, they both did. Mm-hmm.
Both of the
Yep.
boys went through braces?
Yes, they both went through braces.
Now that we're getting into Austin being about 14,
Mhm.
and James would have been about 15,
Yep.
tell me what their relationship was like at that stage.
They actually were still they got along very well, and they started doing more chores in the sense of they would take turns. Their task was to load the dishwasher after dinner, and they did, and they didn't fight about it at all. They would just take turns, either 1 week on, 1 week off, or every other day, depending on what they wanted. And they definitely enjoyed playing their video games.
Now, we're looking at right before Austin would have started high school, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And how does that transition into high school for Austin?
He did well. They both did well. I didn't notice any issues at all, or mood swings, or that they were, disgruntled going to school. They would get up. They were really responsible. They would get up right at 6 o'clock because the bus was so early for high school, and they did. They never even missed the bus.
Now, this is a school assignment, but you've heard it, right?
Yes, it's the, I believe it's his Spanish class that he had to do a recording for.
And I'm going to go ahead and play it so we can hear Austin talking about himself and the school assignment.
Okay.
Yo me llamo Austin. Yo tengo 14 años. Me cumpleaños es el 10 de junio. Soy de Raleigh, North Carolina. Yo soy flaca. Yo soy deportista. Yo soy tranquila. Yo soy creativa. Yo soy independiente. Me encanta jugar en una PS4. Me gusta ver la tele. No me gusta cantar. Yo odio leer. Cosas que me representan playa no tienen ciencias materiales.
Was Austin good with his schoolwork?
Yes. They were both very good. I had mentioned that in middle school they made honor roll, and in high school they made honor roll.
I believe in there he describes himself as calm, creative, and independent.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's a good description of him. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You mentioned earlier that one of the other activities the boys would do with Alan is fishing.
Mhm.
Is that what we're seeing here in this picture?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. It looks like they're in Whiteville, North Carolina again, but I'm not positive. But yes, they like to do freshwater fishing.
And is this another one of those weekend trips?
Yes, that looks like it's in either Tennessee or Dollywood.
And so we have Austin at the forefront,
Yep.
Alan right beside him, and James behind him.
Yep, that was one of their last pictures.
And now, would this have been the first day of school in 2022?
Yes, mm-hmm. That was when James would drive to school with me in the passenger seat so he could get in his time that you had to put down on the sheet in order to get your learner's permit.
And I'm noticing that both boys seem to be a little over the first day of school picture. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair for, I think, any high schooler, but yes.
So they begrudgingly did it for mom?
Yes, because I wanted it for the photo album.
So, Ms. Thompson, I want to sort of pause here and talk about a medication that Austin was on for about a year before all of this happened. So you mentioned last week that both boys had been on acne medication. Is
Yes,
that right?
they were.
Tell me what your memory is of Austin and acne medication.
I remember that he took it on time, once a day, and we would keep it in the bathroom because it was an easy reminder, and neither one of them had bad acne, but they had acne a little bit. So the medication, I don't remember the name of it, but it did clear up their skin, and I didn't notice any changes in his mood from taking the medication.
Do you know if he and James were on the same medication or different medications?
I believe they were on the same one.
Okay. Were you the one that would put in the order for the medication?
Yes, I would call it in. I would not pick it up.
And this photograph, does this look like something that you might have taken with your phone to remind yourself of what to call in? Oh,
Yes, that's definitely something I would have done because you go through the automated system and you have to read off that RX number.
And can we see the name of the medication? Right here, is that minocycline?
Yes.
Okay. And are these other examples of you photographing that medication to call it in?
Yes, it is.
And these three photographs, they were taken on October 12th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any specific memory of ordering the medication that day?
No, not off the top of my head. I just remember that I took a picture of the entire bottle because I was not going to take it with me when I was calling it in.
Okay, thank you. I want to pause here for a minute and talk about the Austin Thompson that you know today.
Okay.
How often have you been able to see Austin since he's been in the detention center?
We would be able to see him every Sunday for 30 minutes until the budget cut happened, I want to say at the end of the summer maybe. And we would only get to see him once every 6 weeks or so, and for the same 30 minutes.
And are you also able to talk to him on the phone?
Yes, we get to talk to him every day for 15 minutes, which we did. Every single day we talked to him.
And if you can, we know that Austin has suffered a brain injury. Can you tell me
Yes.
what may have changed about Austin since having that brain injury?
Sure, he's still functioning, as we can see, but it was just kind of like an even keel as far as the personality, not sad or angry. He will still laugh, but the emotion is gone because the frontal lobe has been shot out, which is where you keep your emotion.
And as you have continued to talk to Austin, are you able to maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we do. Yes, we get to talk to him on the phone, and Alan and I both will mail him something just about every week to open up. Because as you can imagine, being in any kind of center, living in any kind of center, it's very mundane, very routine.
And do you plan to continue to see him when he goes to prison?
Yes, absolutely.
And I know it might sound like a silly question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you still love Austin?
Yes, dearly. Still hurts terribly, but yes. Love him dearly.
I am going to step back to October 14th, okay?
Okay.
So the day after this.
Yep.
When was the first time that you saw Austin after this happened?
Oh, that was really traumatic. It was, if I remember correctly, the doctor and the nurses sat down with us around 10 o'clock or so the next day in a room and said that his brain activity was recovering and that only time would tell. And I remember the two nurses, one was on either side of me, and they were walking me to see him for the first time, and we were told we could just see him for like 15 minutes or something, and that there would always be a police officer there because of, unfortunately, the situation. And I remember looking to my side and saying to the nurse, "Oh, you can just tell me where he is, that's fine." And I remember her going, "He's right there," with her hand and all these tubes and everything. And what I remember happened was I went, "Oh, my baby," and I tried to cover my mouth because I started to scream. And I remember that they caught me because my knees just buckled. And then the next thing I remember is after I calmed down a little bit and wiped my tears away, I went to walk over to him, and I remember that he had so many tubes and IVs and everything that I don't even remember if I could touch his hand. There was so much equipment around him, which makes sense from a brain injury.
You're on it back on the screen. And is this a photograph that you took of him on the 15th?
Yep.
Are those the tubes that you were talking about?
Yep.
How long was he unconscious?
I want to say a few days, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Because that was in ICU. That was obviously right when it happened, and then right after he had brain surgery.
And what are we seeing in this photograph here?
That when the bullet went in his forehead, it went out the upper left side of his skull, and he did not have a skull for, I want to say, till the following March, maybe less, and they had to stitch up the entire side of his head, and it went all the way up.
And he did at some point wake up, right?
Yes, he did. Then they moved him to the regular pediatric wing.
And this photograph would have been taken about 10 days after this.
Yeah,
incident.
he was still out of it, as you can see, from the brain injury.
And the glazed over look in his eyes.
Yeah, he wasn't really coherent, but I don't know how you could be. But we were there every day. We stayed in the hospital because our house was a crime scene. So we were at the hospital for like 2.5, 3 weeks.
And so you were with him every day while
Yes.
he was in the hospital?
Yes, we stayed upstairs. The Wake Med had some type of cardiology hotel something, and they allowed us to stay there for the weeks that we were there, and we would see him all the time.
Ms. Thompson, how have your dreams for Austin changed?
They're gone. I know he did this horrible crime and that he has to pay for this crime, and I just hope that after I believe someone told me 40-year sentence, that hopefully he can be re-evaluated and have a mental analysis with another neurologist and whatever else needs to be done to see if he can go back into society, if he's capable of doing that. I do know that he mentioned prior to this tragedy that he was thinking of being a dental hygienist. So he had mentioned that maybe he could be a dental hygienist, whatever prison he goes to. But he didn't know, but he was just talking about it. So, and I said that would be a great idea to choose a job so that you're not so incredibly bored.
I don't have
cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly. Good morning, Ms. Thompson.
Hello.
Thank you for being back with us and for the information that you shared for the court. I just want to touch on a couple of things that you kind of talked to Austin's lawyer about. And one of them is that you spent a lot of time with him while he was in the hospital, right?
Yes, we did.
And you spent your testimony is you spent a lot of time with him in the years leading up to all of this too, right?
Yes.
Would you say you guys were a pretty close-knit family?
Yes, we were a close-knit family.
And I think you would say the boys were pretty close-knit. They spent a lot of time together?
Yes, they did.
When they would go on these boys' weekends, would they go a couple times a year, or it was just the guys in the family would go and you would stay at home?
Yes, they did. I want to say, yeah, 2 or 3 times a year. 2 or 3. And it was a weekend, or maybe sometimes it was a long weekend.
You said multiple times throughout all of this that you didn't see any concerns or red flags or things that caused you to question the defendant, your son, Austin, and his mental state during those times.
Right. I did not see any red flags, and I didn't see any changes.
Right. And he kind of interacted with you the same way for the months and weeks and days leading up to the day of the attacks, right?
Yes, that's right.
At some point, you've all kind of talked about the differences between James and Austin. I mean, they're 2 different people. And
of course, yes.
Children have different personalities to some degree, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that James was the more outgoing and personable of the 2 sons?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that Austin, and I think you did say this, was the quieter of the 2?
Yes, he was.
You said that he would warm up to people, but he was kind of like you. It would take him a little while to actually get to know you and then show you his personality.
Yes.
Okay. And particularly since COVID, would you say that he didn't really have any close friends?
Yes, that's fair to say for him and his brother, yes.
And no friends came over to the house to hang out that you're aware of?
No, only one, but it was years ago, like closer to middle school age.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of what you would refer to as friends were just people that he would know at school?
Yes, and his Sunday school class, yes.
And his Sunday school class. You didn't get to know any of those friends that were at school?
I did not.
Okay.
No, we didn't spend time outside of school.
Right. Would Austin spend time alone in the house?
Yes. They would both be home alone from the time they got out of school, which would get home, around 3:10, and then I normally get home at 5:30, 5:45, and Alan would usually get home by 6-ish, and then I would make dinner, and it would just be like a normal routine. If they had homework to finish, they would, and if not, they would play on their games or play on their iPads.
Or on their phones?
On the phone, yep. Normal teenage stuff.
Right. And so, through no fault of your own, you had to work and Alan had to work. There was a good chunk of the day when they were at home being independent.
Yes, between 2.5 to 3 hours till we got home, yes.
When you guys would get home, would they spend time in their rooms?
Yes, a lot of times one would be in their room while the other one was playing on the video games.
And then when it would be time to switch, they would switch and
Yep.
the other one would go and
Yep.
the other one would play the video game.
Yes, they were very agreeable about that.
Right. In fact, they set up this
Yes, they did.
timeshare, right?
Themselves. Mm-hmm.
Please check all cell phones, make sure they're on silent or turned off. Thank you.
You've kind of touched on this several times, but I think you've referred to them as independent.
Yes, we didn't have to, like when the alarm clock went off for school, they would get up on their own. We wouldn't have to say, come on, it's time to get up. We didn't have to drag that from them. They were very good that way. They were very responsible kids.
And you didn't have to get on them about doing their schoolwork. They did that themselves.
They did that by themselves. Mm-hmm.
They're pretty mature for their age, would you say?
Yeah, I would say that they were, and they were, yes, we didn't have to hound them or anything to finish their assignments or hand them in or study for tests or anything.
And sometimes they would make their own meals. Isn't that fair?
They,
Like at night?
yes, they would do nighttime, before bed, they would make themselves bacon and egg sandwiches.
And you didn't
That
have
was
to
the
worry. You didn't have to worry about them using the stove or anything like that.
No, they were teenagers.
Right.
It was okay.
Because they were, but particularly Austin, so, would you say self-motivated?
Yes,
Okay.
because they did their assignments and studying for tests and stuff on their own. So yes, I would say self-motivated.
Because they were, and you didn't have these major concerns or things that were showing to you, you didn't have any reason in your mind to go and look at his phone or his internet search history, did you?
I did not, because whenever I would walk into the room or anything, they weren't like, Austin wasn't like hiding his phone or quick throwing it down or quick closing his laptop screen. I didn't have any of that behavior, not even once.
And if you had, you might have gone and looked at
Yeah, then it would be like, oh, what's going on?
So you don't know, or at the time, you didn't know what Austin was necessarily looking at while he was on the internet. Fair?
No, I did. Yes, that's fair to say. I did not know.
And you didn't have some parental locks or something on his phone where he was restricted to certain locations or certain websites that he could go to, right?
I did not.
And so, you know, at some point, have you found out the types of things that the defendant was looking at on his phone?
Yes, there was something like 100,000 searches, and that very small amount of them were hunting and criminal. And I do know that he looked up the mass shooting that was in my hometown in Buffalo, New York. I do know that he looked that up.
Because you're from Buffalo, New York,
Yes, and there was a shooting there. Yes.
right? Did you know that he was looking up other mass shootings other than just those two?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was looking up and searching torture methods
No, I did not know that.
and pictures of people who had been tortured? You didn't know that either, did you?
No, I did not.
And so is it fair to say that there is was a portion of Austin's life that you were not aware of?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And that may be normal.
Yeah,
Right.
as a teenager.
Right. And you were doing the best that you could to raise both of them, right?
Sure, yes.
And I think you said on multiple occasions that you love Austin still, right?
Yes, I do.
And you spent a lot of time with him when he was in the hospital, as any mother should, right?
Yes, I did.
And when you were there, you took some photos of his injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been there with him every step of the way that you were allowed to since then, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you intend to continue that, is that fair?
Yes, I want to stay in his life.
And when it's his birthday, around that time, do you reach out and wish him a happy birthday?
Yes.
And
it's
Christmas
encouraged.
and all
Yep.
those things, right? You get to participate in those portions of his life still?
Yes.
And you will continue to do so no matter what the sentence here is, correct?
Yes, I will. Mm-hmm.
And you said at some point that you mail Austin things, I think maybe once a week, so he has something to open up while he's in there?
Yes.
What types of things are you sending him so that he can have something to open up?
I would try and look up jokes, things like I think it's called Blue Comedy. It's You Might Be a Redneck If, and then there's a whole list, and then a couple of them are the funny things that kids say, little kids will say, you know how they put their foot in their mouth. And then some of them were funny, the Darwin Awards, which is like stupid ways that people have passed away.
And you send him books and things like that?
Yes.
What types of books do you send him?
James Patterson books, John Grisham, a couple of Tom Clancy books, but those are really thick, so those take a long time.
Pretty dense books?
Yeah.
All right.
So
And
just
he's
a
able
couple
to
of
read
those.
them and tell you that he's read them?
Yes, and then I tried to finish up the series that's Diary of a Wimpy Kid for him.
Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
Yeah, more of a younger youth. Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of Austin's, I know you talked about him hunting and guns in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware of his interest in, or any interest that he may have had in violence or these mass shootings or other types of weapons?
No, not at all. If I did, of course, I would try and, find a specialist of some kind.
And you didn't?
I didn't know.
And he didn't share this portion of his life with you?
No.
In fact, are you aware of the chapstick container that you and Alan located?
Yes, I found it.
And there were some steps that were gone through to conceal what was inside of there, correct?
Yes, it was an empty chapstick thing.
And with rolled up papers
Yes,
inside.
that's where it was. Mm-hmm.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
A little bit about and showed us the photos that you had taken on the minocycline, the medicine that was taken, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
How long was he on that medicine, approximately?
I want to say almost a year. I'm pretty sure.
And I think you even testified on direct that you saw no changes in him other than his skin clearing up.
Yes, you're right.
And so at the time of this attack, the defendant had already been on that medicine for over at least almost a year.
Yes.
And did he ever complain to you about feeling out of it as a result of taking that medicine?
No.
Did you
Never.
ever see anything that indicated to you that he looks out of it now that he's taken this medicine?
No,
Or-
I didn't see anything.
Kind of on autopilot doing something and you're like, hey, what are you doing? And him saying, oh, I don't know why I did that.
No, we didn't have any of that symptoms.
Right. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Briefly. Ms. Thompson, the state was just asking you about the searches on Austin's phone.
Okay.
Have you and I spent a lot of time talking about the specific searches on Austin's phone?
A little bit.
Have we gone into great detail about that?
No, we have not.
Have you learned a lot about that watching the court proceedings or hearing about the court proceedings?
Yes, I learned more.
And the state specifically asked you about torture and searches about torture on his phone. Were you aware of searches on his phone about dinosaurs?
No.
Was he hiding dinosaurs from you?
No.
Would it surprise you that there were more searches about dinosaurs than torture?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, further for the state.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Okay.
George Corbin.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, face Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Corbin, go ahead and get yourself settled in there.
Yes, sir.
And whenever you're settled, could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, sir. My name is George Patrick Corbin. I'm a general and forensic psychiatrist, and I've been practicing primarily in Raleigh, North Carolina for going on 30 years now.
And Dr. Corbin, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So my practice is comprised, well, for the last over a decade, it's a split between what I would call a general outpatient clinical practice in psychiatry. I am a senior partner at a single specialty group called North Raleigh Psychiatry, where I've been since approximately 96, 97 time frame. For some years, I was actively involved in inpatient care as well. But again, over the last decade plus, I've centered my practice on treating outpatients with various psychiatric conditions and also various realms of forensic psychiatry.
And how long have you been practicing in forensic psychiatry?
About 30 years now.
And how did you come to get involved with this case?
So I was initially contacted by defense counsel regarding this matter. I think it was on July 19, 2024.
Okay. And what is your purpose by, have you been contacted by defense counsels before?
On hundreds of occasions.
Okay. And have you ever been certified as an expert to testify in court before?
Also on probably hundreds of occasions now, yes.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Well, in North Carolina or across the United States?
Both.
Well in excess of 300 times.
And have you also been called by the state to be qualified as an expert?
That is correct. I'm consulting by state prosecution cases and federal currently.
Okay. And what field have you been qualified as an expert in typically?
Most typically general and forensic psychiatry.
Your Honor, we have moved to tender Dr. Corbin as an expert in general and forensic psychiatry.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
This testimony will be received as proper.
Thank you. And Dr. Corbin, we'll get into this some, but I do want to go ahead and mark. Did you prepare a report in preparation for this case and your work on this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you have it up there with you?
I do have a copy with me, yes, sir.
And I've marked defense exhibit number 6. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then does that look like a fair, accurate representation of the report that you prepared in this case?
It does. It's an 18-page summary, and it's dated October 14, 2025.
And this report was turned over to the state as well, as far as you know?
Well, it wasn't turned over directly by me, but I am of the understanding that that has occurred, yes.
Because that is required of us to call you in as expert, we have to turn over your report to the state.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move to admit defense exhibit 6.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. It's allowed.
And so, Dr. Corbin, just to start at the beginning with you, when you're contacted by defense counsel, what is your job? Where do you start?
Well, regardless of who is attempting to involve my services as a forensic psychiatrist, whether it be in a civil matter, criminal matter, prosecution or defense, one of the first steps is to get a little bit of an understanding of what the questions are, right? Because in working in in criminal forensic matters, there are lots of different kinds of questions that can be asked. And sometimes I can't answer them, right? For various reasons. So the first step is to understand why I'm getting the call. What are the questions that are being asked, and what information will be available in order to answer those questions.
And had you heard about this matter before you had gotten involved in working on the case?
You know, I don't distinctly remember hearing about it, but I live in Raleigh, so I probably heard about it, yes.
And so once you get contacted by us or whoever to work on the case, where do you start?
So after I understand what the issues are, what the questions are, then I start. A lot of the process of completing a forensic psychiatric evaluation is not that different than what I do if I see a new patient in my office. I start gathering information, in this case, to help answer the questions that will hopefully be able to be of assistance to not just you or them, but to the trier of fact, to the actual disposition of a case, right, as an expert witness. And so I start gathering that sort of information, as I have done in many cases over the years, and that being medical records, background records, educational records, mental health records if they exist, discovery materials or the investigative records in a case. That can be videos, audio, obviously written reports, interviews of witnesses, and things of that matter. So, and I'm probably leaving a lot of stuff out, but I call it generally collateral information. Things to help develop an understanding of, in this case, what the charges are, what occurred, but even more importantly, who the defendant is from a psychiatric perspective.
And when you met with Austin or started working on this case and talking to Austin, who was Austin as you started working with him?
Well, if I understand the question, when I saw him.
Yes.
Well, so this is one of the things, I'll just say at the outset, this has been one of the more unusual forensic evaluations I've ever completed.
Why
right?
so?
Because the individual that I was able to assess subsequent to his arrest in this matter is not the same psychiatric human being as he was before this, because of the self-inflicted traumatic brain injury, but specifically because of the nature of that traumatic brain injury. This is Austin 2.0 in a way. He is not the same human being as he was when he was a 15-year-old with intact frontal lobes. He is now an 18-year-old with very little prefrontal cortex and frontal lobe functioning. He's a different human being.
And not to get too much into your personal life, but are you a gun person? Would you qualify yourself as that?
Would, and I was once qualified as a gun expert in a case, and I am a lifetime NRA member, yes.
And so are you aware of the effect and nature of shotgun, buckshot pellets, and have you seen those kind of wounds and worked with people that suffer those wounds in your work?
So I have, although I will say that for individuals who sustain a point of injury such as your client sustained with double-aught buckshot from a 12-gauge shotgun, I haven't seen many of those people alive after the fact. Double-aught buck is a large gauge pellet in a 12-gauge shell. It is distinctly different in terms of the injuries it sustains as opposed to like birdshot, right? Which are more closely aligned to like small BBs. It is a catastrophic. It's a very powerful blast. I'll just leave it at that.
Is it fair to say that it's a medical miracle that Austin even survived that shot?
I think that most of the medical folks involved in this did not expect him to survive, and I'm personally kind of shocked that he, not only that he survived, but that he has recovered to the extent that he has.
And we will work up to that and through that. Can you talk to us about when Austin was injured, your first meeting with him, what his condition was and what his, I guess, medical state was?
So when I first actually examined him, that was on November 4, 2024. So it was a long while after he had shot himself. It was a long while after he'd left the hospital. And I examined him during a contact visit at the Cumberland Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, I think is what it's called.
Yes, sir.
And he presented, I'll just give you a brief overview. His mental state, it was very cooperative, genial, childlike. I mean, he's still a very young person, but sort of almost flighty, very over-inclusive in talking about things. So I would ask him a question and he would sort of give me the nth details of it and then digress into sort of related subjects. And I'd have to nudge him back to the top of conversation, but very talkative, very compliant, very pleasant, very restricted range of emotional sort of expression. Although he does have a sort of innate sense of humor, he will laugh at things that are funny. He will sometimes laugh at things that aren't particularly humorous, but it's just his way of being. So I would say he's a likable individual in his current condition. Very placid, calm. There's not a lot of upset. He will tell you what he thinks about things. He doesn't really hold back. But at the same time, he's sort of concrete in his way of looking at things. Not surprising given the injury he sustained. He has some evidence of what we call word finding difficulties at times. There are patchy deficits in his memory, particularly, as I'm sure we'll be discussing, around the time that he shot himself. But he's just very talkative and over-inclusive and digressive, but very nice actually to talk to.
And let's just back up a little bit, because you talked a lot about the frontal lobe and
Right.
the injury that sustained. Were you aware of the medical, I guess, damage that he had suffered prior to meeting with him?
Yeah, so I have reviewed most of those acute, well, all I think, of the acute medical treatment records when he was placed in the hospital after the gunshot wound, and have reviewed, in addition to that, the multiple imaging studies of his brain and the treatment for those injuries that he underwent.
So talk to us about how the brain is constructed and the damage that Austin sustained.
All right, so this could be a very long conversation, but I'll try to keep it short, and I will focus on the function of the cerebral hemispheres. That's sort of the part of the brain. If you think of a picture of the brain, that's what people think of, the cerebral hemispheres being this, right? And so moving posteriorly to anteriorly, we understand that the brain's cerebral hemispheres have very specific functions that everybody alive, their brains are sort of organized functionally in the same way. So for example, the very posterior aspect of the brain we call the occipital lobes. And I'll oversimplify this a little bit, but the occipital lobes primarily are involved in visual, sort of eyesight related subjects. So an injury there can cause visual defects, and we can even sort of predict what kind of defect that you will have based on which side and where that injury might occur along those pathways. And then moving forward, we have in addition to that, we have the temporal lobes, which are here, and the parietal lobes, which are a little further back. So we go occipital, and then there's parietal, which in general sense we think of in terms of sensory input. So when we feel things, those parts of the brain are involved in that. And then as we move forward to the temporal lobes, we think in terms of speech, memory, things of that regard, right? And then we get to the frontal lobes, which are a very unique thing in terms of what makes us human and sets us apart from other mammals, right? The frontal lobes, and in particularly the prefrontal cortex, and let me explain that real quick. So the frontal lobes are where you would think they would be. The prefrontal cortex is a large anterior segment of what we consider to be the frontal lobes. I sometimes will offhand refer to the frontal lobes of the brain as the forensic lobes of the brain, because the questions that come before forensic psychiatrists so commonly are centered on aspects of a person's functioning that have to do with frontal lobes. And those are things, what we call them executive functioning. And it is things such as judgment, impulse control, the ability to discern and make sense of our environment. So right now, there's a lot of stuff I'm looking at in this courtroom, right? There's a camera over here, these guys, but I'm trying to disregard that and pay attention to you and the judge, right? And that's a frontal lobe thing, an ability to exercise discriminate processes, and that helps me make sense. Because if I was trying to pay attention to everybody in this room at the same time, I would just fall apart, right? And that's another thing that the frontal lobes are involved in. And so as I'm talking about this, I'll tell you that as a psychiatrist, what we understand is that the frontal lobes, not only are they what make us human as opposed to other mammals because of the advanced evolution of our frontal lobe functionings, it is the seat of our personality. So who we are as human beings and who we are as an unique human being is largely defined by the functioning of that part of the brain. Now, I'll say one more thing about that. The gray matter, which is the top of the sort of outer coverings of the cerebral hemispheres, is where the processing occurs. And then the white matter are axons that is, I think of in terms of being the wiring between all these different parts of the brain, and a lot of parts of the brain I haven't talked about, that puts all of that input together so that if my occipital lobes are seeing all this stuff, it's communicating in a way with the frontal lobes so that I know what to pay attention to, what's important at any given time, and it helps me focus somewhat, right? And so at any rate, there's a lot of other parts, midbrain structures and brainstem that we might talk about moving forward, but the frontal lobes are where, to answer your direct question, his damage to the frontal lobes was catastrophic. So.
And when you say catastrophic, in a nutshell, like what do you mean by that?
He removed them.
And so, to extrapolate that, are you saying he removed the part of his brain that held his personality?
Much of it, yes. It is not a scientifically reasonable proposition that somebody could sustain a frontal lobe dissection of that, resection of that degree, and not be changed as a human being forever by that process. It's not a scientifically valid proposition. And it's not the only area of his brain that was injured, but it was the part that was destroyed.
And so how, with all that and that traumatic brain injury of him taking a buckshot shotgun shell at close range right to his head, how is he able to function at this point?
So I will tell you this. I think a lot of people have been surprised at the degree to which his functioning has recovered, right? So he started out so impaired and so injured that we really didn't know whether he would survive. And I think it's a testament to how a young individual can sustain tremendous injuries, not just central nervous system injuries, and have a better course of recovery than somebody older like me, right, might have. So the fact of the matter is he has other impacts to his brain from that gunshot wound, but with excellent medical care. And I've got to say, I was very impressed looking through those thousands of pages of records that they were even able to keep him alive, right? So let me just, before I go straight to that answer, in the acute phase of his injury, he also had diffuse swelling in his brain that caused a shift of various brain structures and caused a whole lot of other medical problems for him. But with appropriate treatment, that was remitted, improved. His overall level of functioning cognitively and otherwise has similarly improved over the last couple of years. And that's demonstrated by repeat episodes of psychiatric and neuropsychological testing that has been done. So I don't know that there's a great answer to how he has been able to recover to the extent he is, other than that it is impressive the medical care he received And it is amazing to me constantly what insults a young person can take and just survive that would kill somebody older.
And so is it fair to say that if you, or put it on me, if I had suffered that same traumatic brain injury, that my recovery would not be as distinct as Austin's has been able to be?
That is likely the case. And I will say this, given a thorough understanding of the mechanism of the injury sustained, I don't think most Austin Thompsons would survive that injury either, but he did.
And with him being 15 years old and having a young brain, is there any difference in his brain in that able to rewire, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but be able to readjust?
It's not a terrible way to describe it. There's a plasticity of a young person's brain such that it's still in the process of developing, right, in the first place. We now understand, particularly with regard to frontal lobe functioning, that an individual's brain isn't fully developed until they're in their mid-20s anyway. But on top of that, there does seem to be some, based on my experience, that individuals who are younger and still developing can sometimes sort of just recover better. And as we get older and older and older, we know that we recover less readily from all kinds of illnesses and injuries. So.
In your report, I'm going to just go through some of the, and I'll just ask you, and you can tell us what that are. Tell us what your diagnosis was and what his injuries were. A large acute compressed left-sided subdural hematoma. What is that?
Okay, so what that is overlying the brain, there's a thick, really tough layer of called the dura, and there's vasculature under that. And as a result of the blast injury, he obtained a bleed, a collection of blood between the dura and the surface of the brain that was compressive. So it pushed against the brain, and so one of the sort of things that evolved in the immediate post-injury period is it starts squeezing on the brain there, which can cause problems in and of itself.
And what is a midline shift?
So the cerebral hemispheres, there is a divide between them. There's a right and left hemisphere. And I won't bore you with the connections and everything between them, but what happens in a midline shift is that if you get a mass effect on one side, it can push everything across, which is not good for the brain. That's not something you want to see. So a midline shift is there's a mass occupying lesion or swelling or some process that's causing, it's an enclosed space, and so it's causing things to squeeze over across the midline.
What is a large right frontal open comminuted depressed skull fracture?
So that's the point of injury. And a comminuted fracture, a comminuted skull fracture, simply means that the blast fractured the skull itself into 3 or more pieces. That's the comminuted part, as opposed to just a break. So 3 or more pieces and pushed them inward, also exerting a mass effect on the surface of the brain.
And can you still see remnants of that injury on Austin today?
Oh, well, you don't need an MRI scanner. You can see him on his head. So he has a visible, I'm sure everybody in the courtroom has seen, he's got a midline visible defect in the injury where that area where the injury was sustained.
And it essentially, closer to him, looks like a big divot or dent in his head.
That is correct.
And what is an electrocephalogram?
Electroencephalography is EEG is what a neurologist typically will do to assess for brain functioning, electrical activity in the brain. And as is the case with MRIs and structural imaging, there are ways that folks can interpret EEGs to tell us how well or not well an individual's brain is electrically functioning, which is at its core the only thing we need it to do correctly, right? It needs to send electrical impulses. And so that is a way for us to get a bit of a read on what's going on in someone's brain.
And partial effacement of basilar cisterns.
All right, so the basilar cisterns are part of a system of places, voids almost, not holes, but areas where there's not otherwise brain tissue in the brain that have cerebrospinal fluid in them. If you sustain an injury to the brain that causes swelling, or there's something that has a mass effect pressing on the brain, it can cause those cisterns, it is a cistern, it's what it is, it's a cistern, to collapse, to squeeze down. So it's another imaging impact of swelling or mass occupying lesions on the brain.
And you define cistern by saying it's a cistern.
Yeah.
What is a cistern?
Like a collection of fluid, or a holder of fluid.
And so with that, are there any other brain injuries that we just didn't go over? Excuse me. I'm sure there are multiple other brain injuries that were suffered by Austin during this event, but anything in particular that you would think is important for this testimony right now?
So real quick, the EEG demonstrated that he had more global diffuse brain impaired functioning for a time after his injury. Is called encephalopathy. He had diffuse background slowing on the EEG, which is sort of an indicator of that. He had clinical indicators of that as well. The other thing that was noteworthy and kind of ominous is that he developed what's called nephrogenic diabetes insipidus following the injury. He developed neurogenic, not nephrogenic, neurogenic diabetes insipidus. What happens there is that I won't bore you with what it does, but it's a function of the hypothalamic pituitary axis. The hypothalamus and pituitary. The hypothalamus and pituitary axis. Those structures are in the brain much lower. And so what can happen after a traumatic brain injury is that swelling can start pressing downward, impairing the function of that axis, and that can result in the diabetes insipidus, which he has had, and that will give you problems in sodium concentration. Well, it causes other problems, but sodium concentration in your blood, or levels in your blood. Why that's an ominous finding is that in left untreated, that can be a harbinger of more severe brainstem herniation, which has a very, very high degree of mortality because those parts of the brain involve things like breathing. All right. And so if those are destroyed, they don't come back, and it's a very small space that it gets forced through. One of the early indicators of that from that swelling can be this impaired function of those same structures, and it's just another indicator of how excellent the care was that he received.
Mr. Thomas, we're going to break for 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Corbin, I think we're still talking about brain injuries in generally, but we're going to go to, I guess, the time right after he sustained an injury and he's in the hospital. Was there a time where experts thought that Austin was incapable to proceed?
Oh, most definitely.
And talk to us about that. What were some of the concerns there?
So he was global. Well, first of all, when he was first injured, he was encephalopathic, and so was not just incompetent to stand trial, but was not competent to do much of anything, including taking care of himself. But then over time, his initial cognitive functions in the months after the injury were pretty severely impaired. I mean, he was seen repeatedly by neuropsych services in the hospital, who found him to have very severely impaired cognitive functioning across multiple domains. At one point, his intelligence was tested as in the low 70s, 73, I believe, which is quite clearly, based on his history, far below his premorbid level of functioning. He was globally amnestic for, his memory was severely impaired, and he was globally amnestic for the events surrounding his offense and suicide attempt. He, and as such, it was felt by myself and everybody else, I think, that was involved with him, that he really couldn't participate in a reasonable or rational or productive manner in his defense.
And when you say IQ in the 70s, what does that mean generally, and then what does that mean in a legal sense?
Well, so 70 is below average. Below 70, you fall into the realm of what we call mild intellectual developmental disorder. And so forensically, people that have IQs tested at that level can be found to be competent to stand trial. But that IQ score was really just one picture of the global impact of his brain injury at the time, such that he really couldn't, even though his innate intelligence was still reasonably high enough that if there were no other deficits, he could have been seen as competent. But what it was telling is that if you look at his history, that's substantially less than where he was functioning at in high school, where he had I think a 3.8 plus GPA and was taking some pretty difficult courses at that time. But that's really not the extent of the problems he had. He could not communicate effectively. His appreciation of his circumstances was repeatedly described in those records as limited at best. And so he really was not viewed as understanding his situation, both in terms of what had happened and as a criminal defendant initially.
And it was during this time that there were some reports about Austin making inappropriate gestures or asking him to tase his dad. Would that make sense in the state that he was in at that time?
Given his condition, sure. And when people, especially in an encephalopathic state, people will do and say things that it's completely out of character, atypical, abnormal, any way you want to look at it, sure.
And were you in here for our previous witness, his mom, Miss Elise Thompson?
I was.
And were you able to see some of the photos that she had taken while he was in the hospital?
I did.
And would that convey, I guess, his state of being during this time of this low IQ and this encephalopathic?
Sure. I mean, in addition to all of that, one of the things they'll typically do in an acute injury like that is they will medically induce a coma. And so that just further adds to the difficulties that you have. But, the pictures, you don't need to be a physician to see those pictures and know that this was a pretty catastrophic brain injury.
And obviously he has made a recovery.
Substantially so, yes.
And your first time meeting him in person, I think we had touched on this a little bit earlier, was in the juvenile facility in Cumberland County?
That is correct.
And what was your process like then of your first meeting with him, talking about these events and talking about his history?
So the first time I met him, it's not that different than what I would do when I first examine a patient. The difference being is that I'm trying to answer different questions. And so I attempted, to the extent possible, to obtain a coherent, what I call psychosocial history from him. I will say that there are substantial reasons to believe that he might be sort of an inaccurate historian with regard to certain aspects of that history, largely driven by the fact that he cannot explain certain things and has no memory of certain other things whatsoever. And even then, to the extent that he has some memories of what occurred that day, there are concerns that those memories may be secondarily obtained through a process called provoked confabulation. But at any rate, I get him to tell me who he is, tell me where he went to school, tell me about his family, tell me what he knows of his medical history. Is there any mental health history, any substance use history? Things that that probably everybody in this room has had some doctor ask them when they went to see them. And then, but of course you also are attempting to gather their understanding of the reason they're in custody. What happened? But more so, why did it happen? Right?
And before we go too much further on that, can you slow down and just tell us what that provoked confabulation, what is that?
Sure. So what happens is that, well, in his history, for some time after he woke up from this injury, he had no real independent recollection of what had occurred. Over time, he has come to have fairly detailed recollection of what the events were that occurred. But during that same period of time, he had been reviewing discovery materials describing what occurred in detail on numerous occasions, for example, with defense counsel. And the phrase I like to use is the brain abhors a void. It does not like holes in memory. And so there is a process called confabulation whereby an individual will, without their understanding of the process, they're not aware of this occurring, but come to hold memories as if they are their own memories, right? When in fact, they are memories that they've come to have because of what they learned subsequent to an event, right? In provoked confabulation, that can occur because they are presented data about what occurred during a period of time when, perhaps for any number of reasons, including shooting yourself in the head, you might not independently recall that information. And so over time, he has come to have those memories. And I'm not saying the memories are accurate or not accurate. They closely match, I think, the sequence of events described that I reviewed in the same discovery that y'all have reviewed. And but that doesn't mean they're his memories.
Does that mean he's lying about those memories?
Absolutely not. The process is not an individual who experiences confabulation is unaware of the process. They do not make it happen. They do not invite it to happen. They don't know that it happens. It just happens.
And has Austin ever been able to tell you the why?
So no, and that is to some extent what is the most difficult part of this forensic assessment is that while he has never challenged the conclusion that he did these events, he has never, at least in his time with me, said, I didn't do this. He has similarly never been able to explain what he was feeling, what he was thinking, why he would do these things at all. And from the thousands of pages of materials I've looked at, I don't think he has said that to anybody else either.
And so what would be your, I guess, response to people if they were to say, well, he's telling you he doesn't remember this event, doesn't remember this, what happened, but he remembers his mom, he remembers going to school, he retained some amount of information.
Yeah, not all amnesia is the same. So he has historical information, memories, and he continues to form new memories of what is happening. But that's different than having memories that, say, would occur when you have a big open hole in your head, or, for example, if someone were to dissociate and depersonalize and experience a period of derealization and depersonalization, they don't remember that, right? They may learn what happened, But that doesn't mean that he doesn't remember where he went to school or that he can't read James Patterson books. I mean, of course he can do those things. But to the extent that there are certainly good medical reasons to contemplate that someone in his situation may not accurately remember what occurred on that day, the day of these events.
Even if they remember going to school and doing schoolwork and then coming home?
Absolutely.
What does malingering mean?
Malingering is the intentional misrepresentation or exaggeration or feigning of symptoms of a psychiatric or medical illness for the purposes of obtaining some form of secondary gain.
And was there ever any evidence or signs of malingering when you were able to talk to Austin?
So I would say no, absolutely not. But let me couch that by saying, and I think I may have said this in my report, there is no mechanism by which a psychiatrist such as myself can, with absolute 100% certainty, rule out the possibility of feigning of symptoms. However, there's a couple of things to say about that. One, it would be very difficult to feign the frontal lobe injury that he had because it's there. The impacts of that are well recognized and nearly universal. But also, there's really not much in the way of a secondary gain process here. I think the court is aware that over the advice of counsel, your client, once determined to be competent to make the decision, decided to plead guilty specifically, and he told me this, specifically because he did not want to put the families through the pain of going through these events again. He can't explain them, but he does not deny that it was him. And so there's given his acceptance of responsibility by pleading guilty, a similarly situated individual would not anticipate gaining much.
Sustained.
Just talk specifically about, I guess not a similar situation, just what Austin had told to you and where we ended up.
Given his discussion with me about why he wanted to plead as he did, there's no purpose.
Objection.
You will find that he didn't malinger to you.
Oh, I don't think he's malingering me, right?
I'll allow that testimony. Get into speculation.
Yes, sir. All right. And I guess after this meeting, and do you continue to collect records and go through everything that is provided to you?
That is correct. And it's typically, it evolves over a period of time that records sort of come in batches, and that occurs over months, if not years.
Your may I approach with it while I'm marking as defense exhibit 7?
Yes.
Take a look at that, Dr. Corbin, and then whenever you familiarize yourself with it, let me know what you're looking at.
I am very much aware of this report. It is the, I believe, second evaluative report from a forensic psychologist named Samantha Sedlak, and it's dated October 10, 2025.
And did you rely on this report in coming to the findings that you had in your own report?
Yes, sir.
And this fairly accurately represent the report that was turned over to you from Dr. Sedlak?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would move to admit defense exhibit number 7.
Any objection?
No.
It's allowed.
And Dr. Corbin, I guess just generally, what are the findings in that report and how was it useful to you in making your determinations?
So what I found from this report is this was not her first assessment of your client, and what she determined was that there was a general path of continued recovery. His overall intellectual capacity had gone from in the 70s to upwards of the low 90s, which is still likely lower than his premorbid functioning in my view, but is also clearly greatly improved. And on that subject, I'm aware that he has finished his high school education while in custody and earned his diploma there. She also noted his continued course of improvement in what we call executive functioning, those frontal lobe functions that we were talking about, and offered the opinion that there was I think I can quote it, a strong potential for ongoing improvement in self-regulation, social reasoning, and impulse control, particularly with continued structure, guidance, and opportunity for age-appropriate learning and decision-making experiences. That is very much consistent with my own observations of him, and I very much agree with that. And so essentially what we see is that somebody who was at age 15 and had already not fully developed frontal lobe functioning shoots himself and sustains a really serious injury to those frontal lobes, who manages to survive that acute injury, and who has had a pretty remarkable, he's a different human being for two reasons, but has had a pretty remarkable return of functioning. And so her descriptions of him are very much in line with my own mental status examination of him, although as a psychiatrist I don't perform that testing. But I agree very much with what she's saying because it's what I'm seeing. His intellectual capacity, his ability to tend to himself, even though it's in a custodial setting, has been remarkable. His behavior in custody has been completely unremarkable, save for one write-up for taking a shower too long. That's it. And so he's certainly not been a behavioral disturbance in that setting. And what we see, the other thing that has changed is that he was 15 when this happened, and he's 18 now. So you can see how the assessment becomes impossibly complex. A 15-year-old is a different human being than an 18-year-old. A 15-year-old, before you, there's no other way to say it, blow off part of your brain is different than an 18-year-old who has managed to survive that but still has no frontal lobe functioning to speak of. So my personal examination is not really, in many respects, of the individual who he was at 15 on October 13.
So who are you interviewing when you're going through it, and what is your assessment? Who is the person that you're assessing?
So now the individual I see is an 18-year-old who does have impaired frontal functioning of the sort I said. He's kind of flighty, impulsive, very congenial, kind of affable, if you will. Does exhibit evidence of the brain injury in terms of some word finding difficulties and the continued memory deficits. And at the same time, it's still Austin Thompson, but he interacts in a way that's very much less than what you would anticipate from an 18-year-old had he not done that. He's kind of childlike. There's, and I hate to say this right in front of him, there's a degree of emotional immaturity in him. But what you see is that our emotions are largely a control. I'm trying not to comment on what he's doing right now, but his emotions are the result of processing in our frontal lobes. He does not have that. And so he can react to emotional circumstances and display affect that has got nothing to do with how he actually interiorly feels inside. I'm saying these things about him, and he's sort of it looks like he's telling jokes to Coke. I don't know what's going on, but it's not the affect you would anticipate. That is a direct impact of the brain injury.
And will his brain ever get to where it's normal, where if he hadn't suffered that traumatic brain injury?
You know, I think that what we will see with him is his new normal, the new Mr. Thompson, as an adult who has sustained a brain injury that you do not, quote, cure. There will be a new normal. There has become a new normal. I'm surprised to an extent that the new normal is as high functioning as he is. But if you mean will he become who he was before, that is not possible. And he wouldn't be who he was at 15 anyway, but that's not going to occur, in my view.
And has he lowered the ceiling of where he would have gone without this?
Perhaps in some respects. Impaired frontal lobe functioning, it changes our personality. So what makes it difficult to ascertain the answer to that is I don't know who he would have become as an adult human without the injury, right?
And switch up gears with you a little bit, Dr. Corbin. And going through his familial history and things like that, did you ever see, I guess, what is the point of going through his family history?
Well, there's really two reasons to do that. One is the observation that many psychiatric illnesses that we're looking for have recognized and definable genetic components, right? And so if I look at somebody's family history and see a high incidence of, say, bipolar disorder, well, that's a data point, right, to help us look at. The other thing is that if an individual has in their family folks that have suffered from psychiatric illness, well, of course, that can impact the way that they grow up. Say, for example, if someone is raised by a parent who struggles with a psychological difficulty, then that can impact the nature of their relationship and their own developmental trajectory. Or it can have no impact, but it's still a data point.
And looking at his familial history, did you see anything that stood, we keep on saying this word red flag, but stood out to you as anything other than a normal upbringing?
Not particularly. I will say this. I mean, I am aware that James had a history of treatment for ADD. And I'm also aware that Mom had a history with both children of postpartum depression and was treated for that condition. And postpartum depression can be a pretty serious thing. And postpartum depression can impact how the parenting skills and the style of parenting and the degree of attachment between their children and the parent, in fact, in a small number of instances, can result in criminal conduct, right? A parent killing a child because of symptoms of postpartum psychosis. So she had this history, and that's a data point that matters. However, I will tell you that as I've looked through the material and heard her testimony and looked at the family history, I think she's powered right through it in terms of parenting. The kids both clearly, I think it's worth, my assessment is, that they both gravitated more towards dad and the stuff they did with dad, but that family was pretty well functioning, despite her struggles with postpartum illness.
Got it. And is that abnormal for, same-sex child or different-sex child to gravitate towards one parent more than another?
No, it's typically the case.
And does it mean that a person, one of the mom is hated just because they hang out with dad more?
No, despite writings to the contrary, I'm pretty convinced that at no point before or after October 13, 2022, Austin loved both of his.
Sustained.
You didn't, in your interviews, you didn't see any conflict within the family that would lead you to pop out as a red flag for you?
No, and of course I know what he told me, but no, then what he told me is consistent with what I've heard from other sources of information.
And was there anything that would seem to indicate to anyone involved that Austin would be capable of a mass shooting?
From what I've looked at, and it's a lot that I've looked at, I have not identified anybody who had identified or raised concerns that there were any red flags. In fact, the contrary is true. Not just family, but other folks as well. All would say, didn't see this coming, would not see this coming. And, when you look at the typology of mass homicides, that is exceptionally uncommon. It is almost universally the case that individuals before these events, and this is, I should say, far from the first mass homicide case I've been involved in, unfortunately, right? Far from the first. And go ahead.
Did you review, materials turned over by the state from Dr. Gibson talking about the path to violence in dealing with mass shootings?
I did. I did not observe her testimony, but I am familiar with her work, yes.
Okay. So tell me more about mass shooters and things that you stand out as red flags and cases that you've dealt with in your personal experience.
So to the extent that there's a typology, if you will, a way to describe the quote typical mass homicide. Well, one of the things I was just starting to mention, it is almost universally the case, if not universally the case statistically, that such individuals are on the radar of other individuals at being at risk. They may not be thinking in terms of them committing a mass homicide, but that there are concerns because of a deviation from their premorbid functioning. That people are worried about them. Similarly, in a large number of these instances, the now defendant would also have reached out to somebody almost in an effort to gain an alliance for some perceived path of revenge, if you will. And so in these instances, it is typically observable that they become motivated by this escalating path of preoccupation with some perceived injustice. They're seeking revenge for something, and sometimes it's psychotically driven, but there's a reason for it. There's never a good, obviously, never a good reason for it, but there's a reason there, and it's usually observable that other individuals see that person becoming increasingly preoccupied with that motivation.
And I know you said you didn't watch Dr. Gibson's testimony, but you're saying some very similar things about a perceived injustice, a perceived slight, bullying. Did you see any of that in any of the documents that you went through? So
if we look at the underlying factors that seem to precipitate most of these events, there are none there. Right? There's not the they don't feel marginalized, ostracized, bullied, anger, sense of rejection, paranoid psychosis, seeking revenge. None of those things were present.
And I think Dr. Gibson, may possibly agree with it, that in her findings, 100% of the time, there was some third party that would reach out and say, have concerns for a defendant or a prospective shooter.
So while I don't know if I can attest to the 100%, I can tell you I've been involved in a couple of dozen mass homicides over the years, and in those instances, except for one or two that involved a very, very different organic process, there were third parties who had voiced concern. Involved in one right now where it's very much many people were trying to get somebody to intervene, and then multiple people were killed. So while I don't know that I would say 100%, I'm not sure that I've ever been involved in a quote typical mass homicide where there weren't not only post-event red flags observed, but pre-event red flags observed, almost always.
And Dr. Gibson had also talked some about, especially when dealing with youthful offenders, their need to tell someone or write something to someone. Has that been your finding experience as well?
So I have not done as many of these cases involving youth, but from my own research, which is considerable, that appears to be the case. So I would agree with her as well on that.
And there was nothing that you found that Austin had these diaries or writings or journals or anything like that?
No, and I'm sure we'll talk about all of the hundreds of, all of these thousands of searches, but when I look at the entirety of the context of what his digital footprint is and his life at the time, it's a big dead end. It's a red herring. It's not wide. In my opinion.
If that's your expert opinion, will
thank you.
Need to be supported by foundation, but I'll accept it as a forecast of what he anticipates finding with proper foundation.
And Dr. Corbin, did you find anything with mental health issues for Austin himself that may have put him on a path to violence or being a red flag?
So his pre-event mental health history is just entirely unremarkable. There's just nothing diagnosable, nothing.
And is that unusual in your experience for these kind of mass shooters?
So, one could argue it is. I have been involved in cases where delusions drove such conduct, and that is fairly common. But there are also circumstantial cases where individuals who are otherwise perhaps psychopathic, have a high degree of antisocial conduct, may, quote, go off. And I'm not sure I would consider that forensically a mental illness. It may be the reason, but so I think that it's fair to say that both can occur.
And Dr. Corbin, we've talked a lot about it, and finally go ahead and jump into it. Are you aware of minocycline?
I am aware of minocycline.
All right. What is minocycline?
So minocycline is a tetracyclic antibiotic. It has been around for a while. Its trade name is more commonly known as minicin. It is used to treat a number of different sort of infectious processes. It's good for acne, other skin kind of conditions, rosacea, I believe, some oral infections, periodontal disease, things of that nature. So it's an antibiotic.
And you just covered how the things that it treats. How long is it? How is it typically taken?
Well, it depends on the course of treatment. It's not remarkably. I mean, I'm not a dermatologist, but my medical training is that it's not typical that you remain on an antibiotic like that for years at a time. So.
And are you aware of any side effects of minocycline?
So sure. I mean, it can have some of the more common side effects that you might encounter with other antibiotics, but in this case, minocycline has multiple, there's research and case reports of it inducing psychiatric side effects up to and including periods of depersonalization and derealization, which would be a sort of a sudden onset of a dissociative episode where one's can engage in conduct but not really be there. They're there, but they're not there. They're awake and doing things, but it's almost like they're playing out or living out a dream. And so they're doing things in a very organized and, in this case, horrible manner. But at the same time, the reality of it is not there. That connection intrapsychically is severed.
And I guess, how did you come, like when you got notice that Austin was on minocycline, what were your initial thoughts with that?
I didn't really care. I mean, it's all important information, but while that side effect has clearly been demonstrated, it's not common either. Okay. So I just sort of, because at that point, I was still very much in search of the why, the reason, and more typically, there's no good reason, but more typically there is a reason. There's one of those things that we talked about. It's almost always the case, right? But as those things started falling off the wayside more and more, and I had to sort of circle back and look at medicine again, and then I started getting discovery material that was like, whoa, hold up. What did they describe him as? And that kind of thing put it right back on the differential, like rare things happen rarely, but they happen. And there became more information that ruled out the typical stuff that you see in mass homicides, and more that you see in instances of, not just from menacing, Ambien, primary psychiatric process where individuals will suddenly experience a sharp divide, a fall away from their complete awareness of the reality or circumstances, but continue to engage in seemingly purposeful conduct up to and including interacting with other individuals.
And you had mentioned seeing that in Discovery that kind of caused you pause. Talk to us about that and the things that you saw in Discovery that made you...
Yes, sir. So it was fairly late in the process that I began getting descriptions from individuals who witnessed him in the neighborhood of Hedingham on that day of these events. And it has not been my experience that in a typical, I hate to use the term, but in a typical mass homicide of the sorts that I've worked on over the years, that witnesses describe those folks as seeming as if they were in a trance, that they look eerie, that they look like a zombie, that they're walking around in a slow, nonchalant way with their head down. well, he did look like a little kid. And so you get, that's the sort of thing you hear from people who see people in a paradissociative state, right? Not in a typically motivated mass homicide, not in somebody who is mad at the world, seeking revenge, this, that, and the other. That's not the description you see. Is it dispositive of any finding? It is not, but it's very suggestive.
And you've reviewed other videos and, I guess, Ring doorbell cameras and other surveillance cameras that captured Austin during this event?
Yes.
And are you familiar with, I guess, people are saying the trailer park video where Austin seems to be talking to someone?
Yes, I have seen that video, yes.
Talk to us some about that and how that affected your opinion, if it did.
Well, the descriptions in the videos or images of him, including that video, they're sort of consistent with each other in that he just seems like he's just taking a walk through the neighborhood. And so in that video you mentioned, he's observed there, I don't know if the court's seen it or not yet. Oh, okay. So you're aware that he's just in a semi-calm way holding a long gun and speaking seemingly off camera to someone, pointing out that there's an active shooter behind him or somewhere off camera the other direction. I don't know who that was he was talking to. I'm not sure there was somebody there he was talking to.
Sustained.
Sorry. But it's very unusual,
Okay.
right?
And you never received anything in discovery about this person that he was allegedly talking to ever getting a report from them?
Well, that's why I'm questioning it, because if somebody said that to me with a gun, at first, I don't care what's going on, I'm calling 911. That's what I would do.
And what about his manner of gait and just walking around and the time of day and things like that?
Just five something in the afternoon, calm, no distress observable, doesn't seem particularly even hurried for the most part. Again, it's just very atypical in these situations.
And did you go through, recall phone conversations with his father around and during this event?
Yes.
And talk to us some about those. And
so as father described, there was 2 phone calls, and on each occasion, father did not discern anything abnormal. He seemed calm. His responses to the questions that he was being asked, I think, were generally appropriate. And so he was unremarkable in that regard.
Your Honor, if I may approach what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 8.
Yes.
Thank you. Got that.
And what I've marked as Defense Exhibit 8, what are you looking at, Dr. Corbin?
So this is a progress note from Southern Dermatology, and I think the date of service is March 23, 2020.
Okay. And are you aware of how long minocycline is typically, supposed to be taken?
I see a lot of, and I've looked this up, a lot of variability in that, but not typically a year or more at a time for this indication, right?
And if you're looking at page 2 of, excuse me, Your Honor, we move to admit Defense Exhibit 8.
Any objection? No, Your Honor, it's allowed.
Thank you. Looking at page number 2, tell us about the kind of counseling that a person will receive on minocycline.
So what they've written here is that they counsel them on the more common side effects. It can be associated with photosensitivity, discoloration of teeth and skin. So they tell them try to avoid sunlight and you should wear protective clothing and sunscreen. Headache, vision changes, and that's about, yeah, and those are the things that you would most typically encounter.
but you had noted that in your experience that one of these rare side effects is this depersonalization.
It's all over the literature. Yes, it can occur.
And just break down to us your scientific or medical understanding of what depersonalization is.
So depersonalization is sort of a symptom of dissociation in which a person begins to or loses the ability to recognize their own reality. So think of it as like being in a dream, and if you can remember your dreams, you get it, but you don't get it, right? It's like you lose contact with the reality of you. Derealization is a little easier to contemplate because then you perceive yourself, but your circumstances are, derealized. They are not real. And so we use certain classes of drugs to induce such a state, a dissociative anesthetic, because you don't necessarily want to remember the reality of a colonoscopy, say, for example. But it can occur when we don't want it to occur too. The example probably a lot of people have heard of is with Ambien. The reaction, more common with Ambien, is similar to what can occur with medicine, in that you can see individuals who are acting without a conscious understanding of the reality of what is occurring. And I keep saying it's like they are in a dream, but they're doing the dream. And if you've seen, I have a video from a case, it's pretty remarkable, of a fellow who had an Ambien reaction and was going through his house, and he was trying to pour himself a drink and poured a drink right through his hand. He was doing things, but when you paid a closer attention, he was not doing them all very well. And but otherwise, it was sort of purposeful appearing. The same class of drugs. People have gotten calls the next day saying, "You called me in the middle of the night. We had this long conversation about this, that, and the other," and they just don't remember it.
And what would your response be for people, and this they may ask anyway, but he's been taking this medication, he has been taking it for a year. He has not shown the family talked to his mom and his dad and his teachers, they didn't say anything. So how can this happen and just pop off the way that it did?
So that medicine can accumulate over time in CNS, central nervous system tissue.
Your objection.
I think I'm going to need some foundation for the basis of these opinions in terms of his training experience.
Your Honor, I'm just asking about how minocycline works and how side effects work.
Again, it's a pharmacological question, and it may well be in its scope of expertise, but at the moment he's been qualified as general and forensic psychologist.
What is your medical background?
So I've got a medical degree from the University of Alabama School of Medicine.
Okay. And are you aware of different medicines and their applications and how they work?
It's extensive part of medical training.
All right. And do you counsel people daily on medications and how they work and what their side effects could be?
Very routinely.
All right.
Excuse me, I believe you said, I misspoke, psychiatrist.
Yes, sir. That's okay.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for that. Go ahead.
Sorry.
All right. So, can you speak about the side effects of this?
I'll allow it, and I'll consider the objection. I'll give it the weight that's appropriate based
Sure.
on what I hear and the factual and the
Yes,
foundational basis for it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, essentially, let me just cut to the chase. In these medications, you can be on the medication for an extended period of time and then have it happen. And it can happen suddenly. Ambien's a perfect example. I have cases where people have been on it for a long period of time and then they have a dissociation. And when it happens, it can happen suddenly and acutely, right?
And so these kind of dissociative instances are not uncommon, or I guess they're uncommon in the fact that they occur, but it is a known thing that happens.
Yeah, and there's some pharmacodynamic reasons to think that it might be more likely to happen after you've been on it for a time, but it can happen early, middle, or late.
Objection to that.
Overruled.
And Dr. Corbin, how would it work that, the two brothers could be taking the same medication and it happened to one and not happen to the other?
Well, they're not the same people. It's just that I don't even know that there is a answer to that. Some people have a reaction, some people don't. And by the way, most people don't.
And you said it's a rare instance that this kind of depersonalization can happen.
It is, and it's why at first I really wasn't. It was on the radar, but not at the center of the radar.
But you've gone through the other possibilities of how this can happen, and you don't see any other red flags.
It's sort of the way that we arrive at medical decisions, right? That we have the list of possibilities as we understand them, and as things fall off and information that emerges that makes another even less likely event more likely in this situation, then it remains on the differential, and that's what happened. At first I was fairly confident that a sort of typical motivating factor would emerge. It did not. And some evidence then began to emerge that made it more likely that there was a dissociative element at play.
And how might depersonalization be expressed differently by a 15-year-old than it would be for an adult?
Well, so I think that I'm going to say this more globally, that any adverse effects, psychiatrically, psychologically, kind of adverse impacts are going to be less well tolerated and less well managed in a 15-year-old than a 25 or a 30-year-old, because a 15-year-old is by their very nature already, they're not an adult, and so they're not as well equipped to cope with appropriately such instances. Now that being said, in instances where a side effect kind of comes on suddenly all at once and is not recognized by the individual experiencing the side effect, there's not a whole heck of a lot you can do if there's no warning.
Just working on pulling an exhibit for you.
Oh, okay.
Madam Clerk, can I have the Sticks exhibit number 16, the actual note? 17 is the photo album. 6, number 17. And Dr. Corbin, I'll ask you, while Madam Clerk is pulling that for us, I'll go ahead and continue with you. There's been a lot of talk about friendships and Austin having friends or not having friends. Talk to me about that in your, psychiatric practice and working with people, just how that works, and if that is that a red flag about having friends in these kind of social relationships?
So everything's a matter of degrees. If someone is completely socially isolated because they're rejected by their peers, or because that individual has some sort of animosity towards their peer group, then sure, that could be important. Other individuals, particularly during the COVID years, and I know about this because I was raising 2 daughters during these same years, that had a pretty significant impact on everybody's social interactions, which I could talk a lot about because there's emerging research on the subject, which is that they were robbed of their ability to some extent to form those normal peer interactions, middle school, high school age kids, college too for that matter. And so that's a unique thing that I really think it's important not to forget as I'm looking backwards at what was going on in 21 and 22. The other thing is that I'll call it a little bit of a psychological autopsy of pre-injury Austin Thompson, is that he was and still is an inquisitive, curious, kind of flighty guy, but who lived a little bit in his own head, just got flying from one point of interest to the next. And so individuals like that are common, right? I mean, commonly encountered, not in my practice, but in life, that some folks are more outgoing and more social. Other individuals are more introspective. They think a lot. They study a lot. They tend to make good grades. those are not red flags. That's just people being different. So.
And so you just said that nothing of that was stood out as a red flag to you.
No, because it's just who he was. He didn't bring a lot of friends home. Nobody was at the time at all, really. But the reality is that some people are like that. It would be very, very different if he didn't have any friends because he was getting beat up at school, or because he wanted to hurt people at school and beat up people at school, and so he was ostracized and rejected. None of that happened.
It's based on your review of records, I'll allow it.
And that's based on your review of records?
Based on the information I have, yes.
And is it normal or becoming normal that people have these friend relationships that are conducted through electronically or through phones and social media and things of that nature?
Yeah, as a psychiatrist, I hate it, but it's common. It's, I would advise everybody to try to limit their kids' screen time, if you will. But COVID accelerated that, and it hasn't really seemingly changed any. So.
And did you see the photos of the inside of the Thompson residence? Do you recall going through those?
At some point I have, yes.
Where you're aware of just the state of the house and the amount of guns and ammunition?
Oh, that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. Talk to us some about that.
Well, one of the interests that Austin in particular shared with his father was in firearms and hunting and things of that nature, and I think there may have been 11 plus firearms and a heck of a lot of ammunition in the home. Okay.
But might that dissuade someone from letting their child visit the Thompson home?
No objection. Sustained.
Were there any red flags in Austin sharing a hobby with his dad and the amount of hunting that they did?
No.
Do you find that typical for a father and son relationship to have that kind of outings, I guess?
Certainly not unheard of. It is not an unusual thing for teenage boys to have all kinds of interest in firearms, fireworks, hunting, fishing, you name it. It's just not a red flag. The context matters, but in the context of my assessment of Mr. Thompson, it does not matter.
And I know we've talked a lot about video games and things like that point. I guess generally talk to us about generational differences between kids playing video games and being in the room and talking to people online.
So, when I was a kid, that wasn't a thing. I mean, Pong was as good as it got, right? I can tell you the phenomenology. So if we look at current teenagers in our day and age, the stats forensically are that about 85% of teenagers consider themselves to be gamers. If you break that down a little bit, about 60% of teenage males play video games on a more or less a daily basis. Now, do I personally as a psychiatrist think that maybe I would like my kid outside playing instead? Yeah. But the research goes further in that there's been much sort of looking at these video games as sort of the cause of these events. That has not borne out well, right? There's actually one body of research from a series of reports that suggest it may be even protective in the same way that boxing clubs at youth centers can be protective, right? That it's an outlet for the aggressive impulses that we all have, right? But even the APA has cautioned twice now to not draw the conclusion, because the evidence is lacking, that being a video game or even a first-person shooter or a multiplayer game that involves a lot of interpersonal violence it's not even established that there's a strong correlation, much less causation, of violent criminal offenses.
And so break that down, what does that mean?
That the research does not support the conclusion that playing violent video games causes violent offenses.
And for someone that we've heard may not be athletically inclined like Austin, is it normal for a teenage boy to indulge in video games in that way?
I think it's normal. Well, regardless of whether I like it or not, if we define normal as it's very common, then yes.
Mr. Thompson, before you switch to another topic, we'll break for lunch.
That'd be perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. We'll break until 2:30. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Thomas, further questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Corbin has got a few more questions for you. You should have, do you have Austin's note in front of you somewhere?
I have the copy that I was provided, not the exhibit, but the
Yes,
copy.
sir. Yes, sir. And was this note important in forming your thinking and rationale in this matter?
It was.
And why so?
Well, so again, we consider the note in the context of who Mr. Thompson was at the time he wrote this note. And what you see are some, for a fellow who's a high-functioning student, 3.8 GPA, the writing style, the nature of the actual physical writing is unusual, and the content of the letter in terms of his presentation for his reasons for having done so is bizarre. I'll just say bizarre.
All right. And we'll just go through it together and just hit some points in his note. What is the first sentence that you see there under Austin, 4:25 p.m., and then the date of that note?
It says, the reason I did this is because, and then there's like almost an asterisk, I hate humans. They are destroying the planet Earth.
Okay. And did you run into any instances or interviews where you found that Austin was professing that kind of environmental slant?
No, I mean, there may have been one or two times he searched either for school or otherwise about environmental stuff, but in terms of a pattern of some focus, like you might see in what we call enviro-terrorists kind of stuff, no focus, no preoccupation with. In speaking with your client about this, he has no idea why he would have written that. He does not recall ever having been actually concerned about climate change or environmental issues in that nature, and certainly not that that humans are destroying the earth, and most specifically not that going on a shooting spree would somehow bring redress to that. Now, I will say that in the course of my career, I have seen mass shooting events occur for reasons less understandable than this, but in those instances, you can see that the defendant or the perpetrator was highly preoccupied with that, and it ekes out in almost all aspects of their life. as the FBI
Dr.
witness
Gibson.
said, Dr. Gibson said, it's almost universally the case. It's not the case here. So.
And you didn't see any ramping up or progression towards this ultimate event, looking at his internet search history towards this humans are destroying the earth or hating people.
Oh, certainly not that. Not the kind of trajectory that you would typically, no trajectory, no pattern, actually.
And jump down a couple of, continue to go through the note, I guess.
So he then says that he killed his brother at 4:20, about 5 minutes off. He kept breathing, so he says, I stabbed him. He stopped breathing about 10 to 15 minutes later. He then says he doesn't have a goal, which is interesting because, you would suggest that he's saying, well, I did this because humans are destroying the earth. So there's an internal inconsistency with that. And then he says that he's not suicidal, that death is like sleep, and that's why he does not care if he dies. And then, go ahead.
And in these mass shooters, we had Dr. Gibson talk about either suicidal or homicidal ideations. Talk more about your experience with that.
So the same despair and discontent, you can call it rage, you can whatever you want to call it, the same sort of emotional sort of patterns that will drive such homicidal conduct also similarly will drive suicidal conduct. And in many instances, as the court probably is already aware, that is in fact what occurs, right? And so what you will typically see are concerns pre-event that someone is, if nothing else, depressed and suicidal because in their mind they are completely tormented, preoccupied, and their life becomes focused around whatever the thing is that drives them to do this. In every typical mass homicide case I've been involved in, and I think for Dr. Gibson as well, from what I've read, that is observable by other folks, not necessarily doctors, but other individuals. They observe a pattern of escalating sort of immersion in whatever it is that's causing them to despair that drives them to this act.
And what kind of relevance, the next line there, I was never bullied or anything.
So I will say this, being bullied is one of the indicators of risk for that. And as you may be aware, your client had a pre-event sort of interest in criminal justice. In fact, it's my understanding from my work on the case that at one time he had considered pursuing something along the line, not maybe police officer, but law enforcement type activities, even forensic work. He was involved in a school related to these subjects. But at any rate, one of the indicators that would drive someone statistically to engage in this conduct is being mistreated, abused, or bullied, particularly in the case of students. And so he's saying this is not what happened here. And I don't think there is evidence that he was being bullied. So.
In the next two lines, bye dad, I don't like you mom.
So
what relevance are those two lines there?
So, he's misspelled, assuming I'm reading the context of this correctly, he's misspelled by wrong. He misspelled the word by, which is unusual for a 3.8, but there's a contextual interpretive sort of element to that because it may mean something else. And then he says, I don't like you mom. So let me just say that I think the court has already been apprised of the observation that both Austin and James were closer to dad. That's not at all unusual. And that he was less close with mom. But, in talking with your client about this, I don't know, he would not agree that he did not like his mom. And I think that the evidence that I've reviewed in terms of looking at that family dynamic would suggest that, in fact, that's true. He did. It is inaccurate for him to say he didn't like his mom. Right?
Objection. Sustained. Document speaks for itself.
And then it says something about every other family member is good.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't really give much to the discussion other than that he's saying he likes dad, not mom, everybody else is good, and then he mentions a couple of folks that he knows and thanks them for taking him hunting.
And anything in your getting of the information, going through police reports, going through discovery, and I guess things that you also heard in court, was there any kind of animus between him and his brother James?
No, and obviously that's something that I would be looking at given the circumstances, but they're just not any. It appears, honestly, that throughout the years that we have information about their relationship, he was probably getting along better with James than I did with my own brother growing up, but certainly not animus between them. I'm seeing nothing of the sort.
And just to hit on the topic of video games again right quick, they even had a system for sharing the video games since they were both interested in playing.
Yeah, it's all of the sort of various sources of information that I have put together. He and James had sort of a system for a lot of stuff that they would share responsibilities. They would share the good stuff. They were going on these trips with Dad together. So all of that stuff is very, well, it's reassuring in terms of the health of the family. So.
And nothing about any kind of, I think what Dr. Gibson had talked about is present in a lot of adolescents, any kind of leakage to James where James had discovered a plot and was going to stop him.
I am unaware of no information to suggest that happened has been provided to me.
And on the back of that letter now, right under where we're talking about his brother James, I killed James with subsonic 22 I stole from Cabela's. How did that factor in, and how does that correlate to other evidence that we have present in this case?
So I researched. Cabela's does sell subsonic 22s. There's no evidence that I've been provided that he went into Cabela's and stole any ammunition, and it would be unusual given that there were a lot of surrounds of ammunition already existing in the house. Okay.
So you don't have any information about him stealing anything from Cabela's?
I have no evidence to suggest that he actually, and he has told me, I don't remember ever doing that. Now, there's a lot of things he doesn't remember, but I've certainly seen no evidence that supports that conclusion.
And the next line there, I have no regrets.
Yeah, so it's misspelled for a guy with over a 3.8 GPA. It's unusual.
And how does that factor in with just your analysis of this letter in general?
Well, so to the extent that he is writing in a manner that is not typical for his pre-morbid, I'll call it, sort of intellectual ability, his academic abilities, this isn't the kind of thing that you would see him write. In fact, today I think that it would be superior to this. I mean, he even gave a reason that he killed James is that he was in his way, and I asked him repeatedly about this, and he just says, I don't even know what it means. So.
And how does this letter and your analysis of it and all the other available evidence in this case tie into the depersonalization that you talked about?
Well, so to the extent that he's providing information that would seemingly support sort of this is the why that is sort of alluded to in this note makes no sense. It doesn't meet with reality. To some extent, it's internally inconsistent. It describes this idea of James getting in the way, and not only was there not animus between them, it's exceedingly, I mean, even if James was, I don't know what he means by in his way, but that's just bizarre. I don't know another way to say it. So it suggests that Mr. Thompson, as I understand it, baseline before this was not at his baseline cognitively and psychiatrically when he wrote that note.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to talk a little bit about the internet searches, where you're aware that the police had gotten Austin's phone and gone through that and
yes.
What they call a phone dump.
Oh, yes.
And we've heard a lot about Austin's searches through that phone.
Yes.
What can you talk about in regards to Austin looking at criminal activities and things of that nature?
So focusing on, I am aware that there are, and I'm not going to mean this to recite all of the instances, but that there were, as a rather pretty small proportion of his voluminous searches, instances of searches on subjects related to crime, I think the court through the state heard mention of this about torture of cartel members, certain criminal legal topics, issues related to school shootings, I believe, perhaps. So if I look at that, I look at that in the context of, does this support the assertion that there's an escalating, marinating on this focus on these subjects? This is my opinion as an expert forensic witness. Those entries are a small subset of thousands and thousands and thousands of search entries. That those topics were outnumbered by multiple other subjects, including, well, dinosaurs we heard about. What we look for in the digital footprint in these cases, and I can mention another case to give you an example, but if you look, what you'll see is an escalating preoccupation with that subject, the subject driving the homicidal rage, if you want to use that term, and a diminution of everything else. It takes over their life. In this instance, what we have is a teenage boy who's into guns, a teenage boy who's enrolled in I think a public safety class in school, who wants to take some higher level law enforcement class, but has to do this one first, who at some time in the past had considered, and I think maybe even searched about doing various law enforcement activities, I think even perhaps forensic gun work. And so there's an interest in Austin Thompson that falls into these areas. I'll call it, some of the topics are morbid, a morbid curiosity. So even myself, this is not unusual in teenage boys.
So talk about that more and any kind of morbid curiosity in your experience with boys specifically.
Things in psychiatry really relate to the extent, the degree to which an activity becomes the center of someone's life. It is not at all unusual for teenage males to be interested in guns, to have sort of a morbid curiosity with sort of violence. That when I was growing up, it was the big thing, was Faces of Death. Faces of Death. There was no internet. But let me tell you, all of my friends, and I'll admit myself, would occasionally secretly go out and manage to get one of those videos. They're morbid, they're gross, but there is an inherent curiosity that runs particularly common in males. And to the extent that I've had some limited experience with reality crime TV shows, having worked on one at one time, those shows, their demographic is primarily middle-aged women. So if those were risk factors for driving homicidal violence, if gaming or preoccupation with crime TV shows, which, by the way, many of his Austin Thompson searches were about criminal TV shows, he was interested in those things. That's where, as a forensic examiner, you look at the context of it. Yeah, he was interested in those things. You know what? I kind of was too. Most of my friends were. You look at it in terms of proportionality. There were, I don't know how many thousands, but I know there's tens of thousands. If those searches were a primary component of his digital life, his digital footprint, and you saw a change in the pattern, demonstrable over time, and really a preoccupation with those morbid, violent sort of subjects, then it carries a different connotation. When it's far less than dinosaur searches, it starts taking on less significance. So.
Thank you, Doctor. And probably sum up on it everything. Look at everything that involved with Austin Thompson, your interviews, your going through the discovery. Walk us out through your ruling out process and coming to the decisions and opinions that you have here today.
So here, I'll sum this up very briefly, which I'm sure everybody will appreciate. So my task, as I understood it in this case, was to try to fill in the why. Basically, why did this individual do, what drove this? So I began the analysis, obviously focusing in on those subjects, those kinds of characteristics of an individual, and those kinds of changes in an individual's life that are typically seen as harbingers of ultimate mass homicides, right? The ostracization, the presence of mental illness, psychosis in particular, suicidal depression, intrafamilial abuse, bullying, psychopathy or antisocial personality. All of those, and I'm leaving off the list, but so I went in And as I'm looking through the data, I'm saying, well, is this present? Is this present? Is this present? Is there an escalating focus on the drive? Are people observing concerns? Is he leaking concerns? And so those things started falling away from the wayside. Essentially, I wouldn't say taken off of the differential, right? They're still possible, but the evidence for my forensic analysis does not support the presence of, I'll just call it, red flag harbingers for this event to have occurred. And in medicine, when you rule out effectively, to my satisfaction, the common causes of a condition or an event in this case, then that which is less likely to occur becomes more likely to occur. Now, as you know, from looking at my report, I did not offer opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Austin Thompson did in fact experience an episode of dissociation at the time, regardless of the cause. I personally, there's not a strict definition to that term, reasonable medical certainty. I have traditionally utilized a definition that is relatively high. Can't just be a good idea to conclusively offer a finding that he had this episode occur. However, I will tell you that as these other causes effectively were ruled out, this episode of dissociation became, in my view, this is my medical opinion, it is the most likely scenario that the evidence before me of absence of typicality in this mass homicide event, the absence of primary mental illness, and some evidence of paradissociation, be it depersonalization and derealization during the offense, makes this result most likely to have occurred in the context of dissociation with a known potential cause. But it is a rare potential cause. But once you rule out everything else that's more likely, rare things do happen. And there is evidence to support that conclusion, but I'm limiting my finding. But I still think it's most likely.
And you started at first by eliminating those paths to violence.
That is correct. To my satisfaction, yes.
To your satisfaction. And
yes.
Those paths to violence are similar to the same things that Dr. Gibson had talked about, and you agree that he does not fit into those brackets, I guess, for having those paths to violence.
I think I agree with what you said to the extent I understood her testimony, yes.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. LaTroy?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Well, Doctor, I guess I'll start out at the end, the kind of the last thing that you just said. I mean, you generated a report about this whole topic, right?
That is correct.
And I think that's your report's in evidence, right?
I believe it is, yes.
I believe it's Defendant's Exhibit 6.
It is.
Nowhere in that report do you say what you just told us, right?
That is not reasonably medically certain. I say exactly that.
You say that this is the most likely cause of what made Austin Thompson do this.
What I said, and I was very clear to limit my opinion, is that while I do not have no, I didn't say it was most likely. I said it's the only reason I can come up with, which makes it by definition the most likely reason. I mean,
where do you say that it's the only? Just point me to that in your report.
It's the only reason I provided.
If you'll show me in your report where you say that is the only reason, so that I can follow along with you in Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Well, I don't know that I said that, but obviously if I had other reasons, I would put them in there, wouldn't I?
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you the question, sir, but the question that I asked you, did you say that in your report? And you said, well, no, I didn't say that. I said it's the only. So what I'm asking you is for you to show me in Defendant's Exhibit 6 where you say it is the only thing that could have caused this, in my opinion, is this medicine and his reaction to it.
I'm not sure I said that in the report exactly like that, but you're not reading the report correctly if you don't think that's what it says. I mean, language has meaning, right?
It does, right?
But, I mean, I can read the summation if you want into the record.
I asked you if you said that in your report. You told me that you said that it was the only. You in fact corrected me and said, no, I say it's the only.
No.
I'm just asking you where in the report it says that it is the only reasonable explanation.
I didn't say that, and I didn't exactly testify that to here. That words matter. What I said is that those other typical reasons were removed to my satisfaction, and I think I specifically said, but it could still be the case. There may be information we don't have.
Okay. We'll move on.
But I agree with what you said, though. What you said about the language in the report, that's correct.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Because words matter, right?
Words matter.
All right. And in fact,
And I stand by all of mine, every last one.
Okay. And in fact, you said that you ruled out everything that would have been, everything else that could have been the cause.
To my satisfaction.
Right. And so the likely outcome of that is that there could have been something else that was the cause of this, right?
Oh, I agree with that entirely, yeah.
Right. Because when you boil it all down to the nuts and bolts of this whole thing, you don't know why he did what he did, correct?
I said I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah, I did say that in the report.
In fact, none of the experts that talked to him can say why he did this.
That
right?
is very much correct.
And the one thing that you are saying...
Well, I think I need to
We need one person to talk at a time because the court reporter
Understood.
take down both voices.
I didn't finish
his question.
Yeah.
Let him finish the answer.
Was there something else
There
that you wanted
was.
to say?
I can't give the answer to why this happened, and that's pretty unusual in these cases. That's what I was trying to say. It's unusual and frustrating to be unable to ascertain, because in typical cases, you can nail it down pretty quick usually.
And in typical cases, you are not dealing with someone that has shot themselves in the forehead with a double-aught buckshot that have, as you described, catastrophic damage to his frontal lobe.
Well, I've seen plenty of them where they're dead, but you can still sort it out from their pre-event history because they leave a trail. They always leave a trail, always.
Right, and when they leave a trail, some of that is you have to take what they're telling you. If they tell you why they did something, you kind of have to consider that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot more when they're telling other people why they're about to do it. But sure, I agree with that.
Well, and you talked a little bit about, Doctor, the change in the way the people are developing and dealing with people in this post-COVID society, right?
I did.
And that also could prevent or cause issues in finding that trail in current, right? Because we're dealing with less people.
Sir, I think that you're right now. I think his relationship with his family are perhaps healthier than even I realized. But you're right. COVID was a unique time in the history of this country in that it severely curtailed communications between human beings at every level.
And especially if the people that you're usually having these sorts of red flags come from are the people who are dealing with them, their friends, right? That's oftentimes the people who will come forward.
Friends, right? Or teachers or family, anybody. Could be anybody.
But friends is a big source of it.
Well, I would agree.
Right. Because we'll tell our friends things that we won't tell our family or our teachers, right?
Well, I'm sure that's nearly universally true, yes.
Right, okay. And so if all of your friends are online and there's no way to track down who those friends are, it makes it more difficult to rule out the fact that he was telling someone about all of these things and these issues, right? If you can't find those people.
Yeah, I agree. Like the fact that we don't have him to tell us, and the fact that there are limitations because, and this continues to be a problem with groups in this age group, in that they don't have the same kinds of social relationships that I did growing up, or that most kids did pre-COVID. So it changes the dynamic. It also changes the interpretation of, say, someone's lack of close friendships having sleepovers, because they just don't much anymore.
Well,
So,
I mean, it depends on the person, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there are certainly people who are still out there having sleepovers and have friends in the neighborhood that they're dealing with.
Agreed. I don't want to overstate it. It's a pattern, but it's not a rule.
But you said something that I want to ask you about. You say, when you referred to the defendant's familial relationship, and when you were answering my question, you said something to the effect of, was even better than you thought.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
I know I'm misquoting you, but
yeah.
Why is that?
Because I had long considered, I didn't know his mom very well, but I've dealt with many, many, many people that have struggled with postpartum depression, and it can affect bonding, and it can affect the nature of parenting and relationships. And now, the more I've gotten to know her through her and her testimony and evidence that's been presented and things that I've read, it's like she clearly did have postpartum depression with both kids, but she was a good mom, right? And so I think that the fact that Austin and James allied closer with Dad wasn't because of her, it's because of Dad, and they shared they shared interests.
Right, and you know, we're certainly not here to throw stones or make judgments on the family members, but but one of the things that you considered heavily in this, and you characterized him as potentially an unreliable narrator, are the things that the defendant told you, right?
That's also true.
And things that you read that he had told Zach Rouse and some other folks, right?
That is correct as well.
And in fact, when he spoke about his relationship with his mother, it sounds more distant than what his mother and his father are telling us. Is that fair?
It doesn't actually. I mean, what they've told them, but in his discussions with me, he's unequivocal about that.
Right. That's his discussions with you. I'm asking about his discussions with Zach Rouse.
Oh, yes. And I think it's a matter of degrees. He is closer, was closer with Dad. So it's a shades of gray kind of situation, but I don't disagree with your description.
I mean, in fact, at some point when he's talking in one of his interviews, he kind of talks about his relationship with his father and how they would go hunting and do all of those things. And he gives some stories about his relationship with his mom, right?
Yes.
And you know, I don't, kind of like, as you said, it's difficult to say this in front of people, but for the record, I mean, at certain points, he kind of denigrates her job to some degree, right?
He does. Well, he did. He never did to me, but he did.
Right.
Yeah.
And he talks about the fact that she wasn't really a part of his life.
And yet I don't know that that's true from a psychiatric perspective.
Well, you don't know that it's true from a reality perspective, but
his perception.
His perception of it may
Sure.
be that she was not a part of his life.
Sure.
And that's a big deal in a person, right? In a child.
From a psychiatric perspective, yeah. I mean, listen, it's about as common as it gets, especially with adolescents. That show me an adolescent who goes through and doesn't have problems with a parent growing up. It won't me. It won't me. So, but I hear what you're saying. Don't disagree with that.
Right. And I guess one of the things that has struck me about your testimony is whenever you're presented with these issues, the internet searches, they're not really a big deal.
They're not.
They're not really a big deal in your opinion, and I hear you. His relationship with his parents, not as bad as he says it is, so that's not a big deal to you. The note doesn't make sense to you, so that's not a big deal to you.
Oh, it is a big deal to me.
Not a big deal in understanding why this happened.
It might be. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Let's say that this disorganization and content is so bizarre because he's in a dissociative state, right?
Okay.
Then it matters. You didn't. I'm sorry. I'm talking and you didn't ask a question, so I'll be quiet.
Okay. I guess my point that I'm getting to is, though, when you're looking at these things, is it not, and I'm not saying that you didn't do this, but is it not the practice that you have to take all the individual pieces and look at them as a whole?
That is absolutely correct, and that's exactly why they're not a big deal. So now I'll answer that question.
Well, you did just answer my question. And
well,
I'm gonna
but I need to ascertain, tell you why.
Well, I didn't ask you why, but I will ask you why in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to say from that is, we have to look at it all in the big picture, and you said correct.
That is correct.
Context matters, as you've said multiple times.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, and so the context that we also need to look at this through is that the defendant killed 5 people and shot 2 more, correct?
That is correct.
And so while an internet search may not be a big deal for a generalized search, right? Just searching a mass shooting once or twice, that may not be a red flag for you. But if you search out a specific action, shooting someone in the head with a .22 rifle, and cutting their voice box, and then you go and do that very thing, does that not change the context in which you need to look at that search?
It matters, but it doesn't change the conclusion given the entirety of the context. You still hadn't asked why.
Right. Okay. Well, why do you not feel that?
The assessment really, everything I do as a forensic psychiatrist really revolves around the shades of the proportionality. The things that you're talking about are not unusual when we compare them to other kids that age. Those searches, the numbers of the searches, the things that were happening, all of those sorts of things. Now, I'll agree. If we take those texts, the searches you're talking about out and put them on paper, and I don't know much else about the scenario, then it matters. But then if I think in terms of the other searches unrelated to this, and I agree, to the extent there are searches that in any way mimic what happened in this case, they're countered by other searches that could be problematic in their context but have nothing to do with this. But that's the thing, is that the why is that other kids do the same stuff and almost none of them do anything, right? It's the proportionality. The people who commit mass homicide from a typical perspective, that's almost all you see. Right, it's all you do to get.
But let me ask you this, and I think it's important because, again, words matter. You put air quotes on typical because there is no typical, right?
Yeah, some of them are. So an atypical mass homicide would be one during a dissociative episode, right?
Or someone who commits a mass homicide but doesn't show all of the signs leading up to it. That would be atypical, right?
All things are possible, but that degree of atypicality, according to your expert, does not exist.
Okay.
It doesn't exist. I'm not going that far, to be honest with you. I hesitate to say anything 100% in terms of mental health, but my understanding is that she said you see this pattern always.
I'm not asking about her, I'm asking about you. And so you say you won't go that far, right?
Right, so, and I agree with you. It could be, in the universe of possibilities, could there be some data out there that we just don't know that would account for and explain this in a way that makes it look more typical? Absolutely. Could it be the case that a person who is in general functioning very well, certainly within the sort of confines of normal teenage development in the United States, in this community, suddenly decides after coming home from school to write this kind of, it's strange, I'm not asking you to agree, but it's a strange note for him, and then kill his brother and kill all these other people for no reason? Because that's what we're talking about, no reason.
Well, but could a reason not be that you're interested in killing people and want to see what that experience is like?
Those individuals, yes, and those individuals would have high degrees of psychopathy, and they would universally have other trajectory and a pattern of cruelty to animals, other psychopathic conduct, behavioral difficulties at school, all the time, every time, and he just has none.
So you're willing to say 100% that time?
Well, that's a very limited answer you gave me. Those people that are that psychopathic would have a tremendous difficulty hiding that from the world for 15 years. Now, could it happen? You're right. I'll back off. I'll go to 99.9% of the time, because there always could be an outlying case. I'll concede that. I just don't think that.
Okay. Since you've talked about the note and how strange it is, I want to ask you about that a little bit. And you would agree that the information that you receive affects the information that you are able to output.
Good. You got it. Right. Yes.
And so the more information that you have about something, the better and the more accurate information you have, the more accurate results you will get. In an opinion.
Yeah, I think all information is better. Yeah, more is better.
Okay. And so I was trying to take some notes, and I think one of the reasons that I jotted down that you were concerned about this note and its ability to make sense of it, or the nature and the style of the writing, and the bizarre reasons, in your words, that he gave.
Yes, compared to who he was before that day. Yes, well, but I agree.
Well, so then I want to ask you, you've said multiple times throughout your report and multiple times while you were testifying that you don't know who Austin was before then because you didn't get to talk to him, right?
Didn't say that. what they did in this case is a psychological autopsy. I know who he is now directly. It is not possible to infer from what we see today with he is by definition a different person. That's not the same thing as saying that we can't build a picture psychiatrically of who he was based on all the stuff that we've been talking about today. Teachers, school records, descriptions of his family life. So you still get a picture, but he's still not the same person.
But you don't get the best picture because your information is limited, correct?
Which is partly why I've limited my final opinion. Yes.
Right, but that would also affect everything else that you are opining about, correct? To some degree. I
mean, I may not be following the line of questioning, but I don't find that objectionable. There, in these cases, I have involved in cases where the perpetrator is deceased, right? And so you're definitely limited in that regard. In this case, it's unusual that he had such a catastrophic brain injury that he is at his core a different personality now. So I'm not examining him at the offense in the same way that I can with other survivors who don't blow a large portion of their brain away.
Right. So the letter, in your report, you write a lot about the letter, and you express multiple times in your analysis, and in fact attribute it to one of the concerns you have about his mental state at the time is the date that is at the top of the document, correct?
Yeah, and it was wrong. I mean, I was wrong about that.
You were wrong about that, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not wrong. It's written wrong, but I have no way of knowing that somebody else had a bad day and wrote with the wrong date on there. I don't know who put that on there, to be honest.
Right. So the letter that you got has a different date written on it than the date that the defendant wrote on it, correct?
I didn't know that until yesterday, and I didn't know he actually wrote a date on it, but the date on mine says 23.
You didn't know that he actually wrote a date on it?
I only have this copy. It's the only one I have.
I get that, but you write in your report multiple times about Austin writing a date on it.
Because the one I have did have him writing a date. So I was provided this document as his note. The top of it is a line that has a date on it. It's not flagged as anything, so I wrote in the report based on that note. The fact about this being not his writing at all was not known at the time I wrote this report.
Right, I guess my question to you was, you attributed that date at the top to Austin.
Oh, I did. Right. At the time I wrote the report, I absolutely did, yes. And I was wrong.
Right, and we now know that Austin did, you now know that Austin did write a date on it, but he wrote the correct date.
Oh, no, that's right. I'm sorry if I didn't understand your question. Yes, he didn't write this.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
And so that goes back to that level of information that you get put in affects what comes out, right?
Well, I know the saying you're thinking about, and so yeah, if incorrect information comes in, then that can lead to incorrect interpretations.
Right.
Sure.
Or partial information.
Incomplete information, which is always. I don't know that I've ever been in a criminal case where I had all the data, but yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And at multiple points in this, well, let me ask it this way. You talked about the reasons in the note not making sense, right? Or being bizarre.
That is correct, yes.
But when you look at the note, he's giving reasons for what he did, correct?
They are reasons, and they're not great sentences, but you can interpret what the words mean in the sequence they're written. They are reasons. They're not typical reasons, but they are reasons.
Well, I mean, you did say that envio-terrorism is a real thing that has caused people to go do mass shootings before, right?
Oh, it is. Well, I don't know about that, but people do become exceedingly focused on it. I just don't find that he did.
I'm not asking that portion of this.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, the reason he gave is a logical reason that has in fact caused others to become radicalized or have these fixations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked about who he's talking to, he talks to his parents and leaves notes for his parents, right?
Yes.
He actually leaves a note as to kind of directed to the police with like a parents cops.
Right.
Right?
Right.
He talks about why he's doing what he does. He talks about why he felt he needed to kill his brother, correct?
Because he was in his way? Okay, yes, he did.
Correct. Now, you may not agree with his reasons or have concerns about his reasons, but he gave reasons, correct?
He gave reasons, but what the rest of that I don't agree with what you said. It's not that I don't agree with the reasons. It's that the reasons don't agree with his life. And I understand his life as best I can, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. There are people who might go so far as to kill a family member because they just irritated them getting in their way. Go
Let
ahead.
me ask you this about that. Will you find in the letter what the actual language he uses as to why he felt he needed to kill James?
I killed James because he would get in my way.
Okay. When you're looking at the context of all of this, correct? Could you not conclude from that he's saying James would try to stop me from doing what I'm about to do?
Well, so while I think in the abstract you could say that that's true, but if you put that in the rest of even the circumstances of the crime itself, it just doesn't make sense. So what you're doing is sort of the opposite of what a forensic examiner does. You're trying to look at each little fact. I'm not being critical, but little fact, and ignore the context, which is, yeah, but if that were the case, your expert and I agree that there would have been clear evidence of something happening. It doesn't just pop out anywhere. So if the theory is that somehow James knew that he was going to do something bad, but then he goes to play a video game, I'll say all things are possible, but your imagination is better than mine, I think. So I just don't see that that's likely.
I appreciate that. What I'm asking you, though, is if you look at the context of this document, and the context of the document being the defendant is preparing to go out and commit mass murder, a spree shooting.
Yes.
And in order to do that, we know that the defendant walked out of his home with a giant backpack and a giant long rifle, having changed his clothes into camouflage to go out into his neighborhood, kill 5 people, shoot 2 others, and take money from his home. If he's leaving that home, is it not logical to conclude that if his brother sees him, he's going to say, Austin, what are you doing? You don't need to go out there with a rifle and try to stop him.
Oh, so if I ignore all the other context of this and take just that statement and the sequence of events you described, sure, it could lead to that. But it's
what
still...
am I asking you to ignore, Doctor?
That nothing else about his assessment would suggest... we still haven't provided any reason why he would have done this. There's no reason in terms of red flags which would have led him to do this. So while you can interpret it in that manner, I still have to look at the big picture. I still agree with Dr. Gibson that when people kill their sibling because he's going to get in the way of my mass homicide that I'm planning out, it's universally the case, nearly universally the case, that either beforehand usually or in retrospect, the clear impetus for that emerges and marinating in the violent impulse. If you have it, I don't have it.
In your opinion, the internet searches are not enough, correct?
They don't match the characteristic of, and I've done these digital footprint analyses. It doesn't match. It doesn't fit, in my opinion.
In your opinion?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we're dealing with right now.
That is correct.
Opinion, correct?
Right. And can I be wrong? Sure. My wife would tell you routinely, yes, I could be wrong. But these are my opinions.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting with to this point of the letter is that if you look at the letter in and of itself, okay, let's ignore your opinion about the search and the history and all that. The letter on its face is not illogical or giving reasons that are just contrary to reality or any possibility that that is what the defendant was feeling at that moment in his life?
So to answer that, I will say yes. If I do ignore everything else, could someone write this and this is the accurate reasoning behind their doing it? Yes, but that's a dangerous thing to say, because I don't do that as a psychiatrist. It doesn't fit with him, and it doesn't even. It's not. Did he do it because of climate change? Did he do it? If I ignore everything else, you could say that this letter couldn't explain why somebody would do something like this. But that would be poor practice for a forensic psychiatrist to do that.
One of the big concerns you have, or I don't know, I describe big to you. One of the concerns that you pointed out are the misspellings that are in there.
Well, I don't know. It's a big concern. It's just noteworthy for somebody that's floating a 3.8 GPA.
Right. So. I mean, did you look at his internet searches?
Oh no, but I've got more than 3.8 when I was in school, and internet searches routinely are misspelled. I just can't type good.
So you didn't look at his internet searches?
Yeah, I did. I'm just saying, yes, I did, and I know that there are misspellings in there, and I just that doesn't attach to a finding of being a risk factor for mass homicide. Nor does misspellings in this. It's just another little data point. He wasn't typing this though; he was writing it. So.
And he misspelled by leaving out an E?
Yeah, and there was one other one I thought too.
Regrets?
Yeah.
That's a common misspelled word though, right?
Okay, if you say so, sure.
You would agree though that if you're looking at that note just as a note, it addresses points that would often be questions that people would have about why. He's attempting, or at least listed reasons as to why he did what he did, correct?
Yes. I mean, I agree with that. If you just take this, you can interpret this as providing sort of different reasons for doing so.
He addresses people that suicide notes and or notes about a manifesto or a mass murder note might be left behind. It addresses people that would likely be reading that note, and in his family and the police, correct?
I think that is fair to say, yes.
Okay. He is very specific in times and as far as giving ranges of times for when things happen and where he got items from, correct?
True. That is true.
He says he got the bullet from Cabela's. You can't disprove that, right?
Oh no, I wasn't at Cabela's. I don't know. I mean, it would be very helpful to know that a place would. It would be helpful to know that it's true, but I can't say that it's not true.
The question about suicidal, he says he's not suicidal there, right?
Correct.
But he does talk about knowing that what the likely outcome of all of this is, right?
I think so, yes.
And at some point, when asked, I don't remember exactly where it was, but when asked why he shot himself, he said, because I don't want to go to jail, right?
He told me that as well, yes.
So his statements to you now about that issue are consistent with what he's saying in that letter, correct?
Oh, the reason for shooting himself? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that part is very consistent, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So part of it's good, part of it's bad in your opinion, as far as consistency and making sense?
No. Wow. So no, when I say that there are inconsistencies, that's different than saying that everything is inconsistent. Psychiatry is a million shades of gray, proportionality matters, context matters, and so I'm having difficulty communicating that in a way because the questions are about undoing that in a way that makes the conclusions very unreliable, in my view.
Okay. When talking about the search history just in general, you've told us time and time again that they are not a red flag for you, fair?
They are not for me.
But you've also testified that you practice outside of this forensic field, correct?
Oh, yes. I mean, clinically, you mean? Yes.
Clinically.
Mhm. Yes.
Right, so you see patients.
I do.
And if a patient presented to you and told you, I'm 15 and I'm searching torture photos of ISIS and torture techniques, and I'm constantly on, I think it's Crime USA, which is a website of violent videos and things like that, would you ignore that, or would you take some action in that?
No. I would definitely explore the reasons for that. Now, I've got to tell you that what you just described is more than common. We don't have to like it. I don't have to approve of it, but it's as common can get. So, no, absolutely. If I was there and was aware of that, I would want to explore, well, what's that all about? I was like, well, I'm going to be a forensic guy. I really want to be one of those guys on that TV show. So the reasons do matter. The drive for it does matter. And whether we want to accept this or not, this sort of focus on violent things that go boom, guns, amongst teenage youth is just not rare. I'll just leave it there.
That's fair. But my next question for you, though, is why would you explore that with that person?
To make sure that the context wasn't that this had become the preeminent focus of his life. That's the proportionality. Was he doing it to the extent that he was letting every other aspect of his life? And when your expert and I talk about this, when this happens, it becomes all they care about. They focus on it, and there's an escalating trajectory of them immersing themselves more and more in very unhealthy online content. I think most every teenage boy is exposed to some of that because they seek it out. It's the ones that see it and then that's all they want. That's the problem. That's the area of exploration, to find out what is the meaning of this? Why are you doing this? Are they doing it because their friends are doing it and that's gross? That's different than, I want to do that.
Is it common for young people to write down bomb-making materials and hide them in chapstick?
I don't know that I would say that, but it is not uncommon for young males to, I'm trying not to self-disclose here, but little kids do things with fireworks, and we experiment with things, and things that I'm lucky I still have 10 digits. But so it depends again on what you mean. If somebody's building a trigger and they're trying to accumulate ammonium nitrate, that's different than drawing a picture of something. And I know about the chapstick. I asked about chapstick. I have no idea why he put the drawing in the chapstick, but the drawing itself was.
Could the reason that he put the drawing in the chapstick is so that nobody would find the drawing?
Yeah, but I don't know why it matters, to be quite honest.
You don't know why having a recipe for a bomb would matter for a 15-year-old?
I'm not sure I would go so far as that, but so it's uncommon for a male to do that and stick it in a chapstick. It's not uncommon for them to look at such things. It is not.
It is uncommon for them to look at such things and then go out and commit mass murder?
Well, are we talking correlation or causation?
I'm not asking about the cause, I'm asking, I guess, correlation then.
So is it usual for somebody to draw something that is about a bomb and then go on a shooting spree? I don't know that I would say I would say that most scenarios of individuals who do things like that never commit an act of violence.
Fair.
But could it be seen in someone who did commit an act of violence? Sure. I would think it might be because they built a bomb, but sure.
Well, let's take that same event for the internet searches,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, you internet search and you're looking at these things like how to make suppressors and where the most effective places to shoot someone might be, and then you go and do those things. Is that common for people who look up those things?
It is not common for the people that look up those things to do those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not something to ignore when they do.
I agree. I'm not ignoring it. It's much more common for people to look up those things and then do those things when that's all they're doing. When all they're doing is they're maniacally focused on that. Right. So then it's a different question, and I would very much agree with you then. That would be a concern. If I saw a kid doing that in my office, I'm bringing the parents in and we're talking hospital.
I want to talk to you a little bit about, Doctor, the brain injury that the defendant suffered as a result of shooting himself. You've described this as, I think at some point you said it obliterated his frontal lobe.
It messed it up bad. I mean, you know, it's not a term of art, but it was a brain injury that they were not optimistic he would survive.
Right, and you were shocked that he did, frankly, right?
I was a little surprised, yes. Well, certainly was surprised he woke up.
Okay. The part of his brain that is damaged controls what?
Generally speaking, prefrontal cortex, it's emotional regulation, impulse control, stimulus discrimination, affect and emotional formation. And by stimulus discrimination, it's that, I think I tried to describe it earlier,
Cameras.
make sense of stuff. And so it's sort of, if you put all those things together, you can see how that really impacts your personality in a way. And so it's sort of the human part of our brain. The rest of our brain more focuses on biologic functions, sensory perception, feeling things, seeing things, hearing things. But the frontal lobe helps put all of that stuff together and then it sort of filters it and makes us who we are.
Controls all your emotions.
It does.
Right, like your anger, your impulsive control.
Right. Not entirely just that, but yes, it's a major component of that, yes.
And when that is damaged, it's not as though the brain grows back.
It does not grow back, but this idea of plasticity in these kinds of injuries, especially among young people, is amazing. The brain does not grow back, but clearly he's regained some function.
Right. But I think you said in various different ways, he's never going to be the person that he would have been because of this injury, correct?
I do agree with that, yes.
And
maybe that doesn't necessarily make him a lesser person, but a different person.
A different person.
Yes.
With different concerns and different issues health-wise, fair?
Well, that will always be the case, yes, because of that. Yeah.
And so the fact that there was this irreparable damage to his brain and the frontal cortex will also cause there to be a difference or him to have difficulties in regulating those things that a otherwise healthy person with a healthy brain would be able to do?
That's an excellent question. It can. It doesn't appear that it has, but it can. And so, well, because during the years that he's been in custody, he hasn't had problems, maybe I misunderstood correctly, regulating his behavior in custody, because he has no behavioral problems in custody. Now, it's a controlled environment, obviously, but absolutely you're correct. People with those kinds of injuries can have what we call behavioral disturbances associated with their neurocognitive disorder. He has not exhibited that, but they can.
And if he gets out of a controlled environment, that might become an issue for him.
It's possible, yes.
And it's not as though that's a portion of his brain, again, that's going to come back and be 100% ever.
That is true.
Okay. You talked a little bit about, maybe I should have. Well, I'll ask you this. You asked about the gestures. You were asked about the gestures in the hospital.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, and there was some talk about him pointing a gun and his finger guns at the hospital. And you said, oh, that makes sense that he wouldn't be able to regulate those immediately after this, and that someone might act out of character because of the brain injury.
Oh, I do remember talking about that. I just don't remember about that specific act. But yeah, especially in the very acute phase, people say and do things that was disinhibited, very disinhibited. And he also was encephalopathic, so.
When you say disinhibited, what does that mean?
Oh, poor impulse control, just acting on impulse, saying and doing things that you might otherwise gate yourself and not do. In encephalopathy, I can give you all kinds of examples of folks that just get very agitated and really just inappropriate the way they are.
The poor impulse control is part of the problem with having a TBI to the frontal portion of your brain, correct?
Yeah, oh yeah. But I would say that in his case, part of that recovery is, as Dr. Sedlak has noted, is that his executive functioning actually has improved to some extent. And so the impulsivity, if it was at that degree bad that what we're just describing in the detention center, I suspect there's a high likelihood that he would be having more behavioral problems there.
But when you say that his executive function has improved, he's still not back to the level that he was pre-morbidity, correct?
That's my assessment, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so 3 years after this event, he's still not back to 18-year-old Austin. His executive function is not back to what 15-year-old Austin's would have been.
Boy, that's a specific question. Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. It would have been really useful to be able to do a detailed assessment of him pre-injury, but to that extent, right? But that is a reasonable theory.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about this idea of confabulation.
Oh, yes.
And the idea that you had concerns about that. Now, I think you even said, it's fair to say, you can't say that's what's happening here.
Correct. I have a way of saying in there that only a psychiatrist cannot get in the actual head of someone to ascertain, right, what their emotional and cognitive conditioning is. So while I find that there are risk factors for it, I'm not saying this with absolute certainty that that's what's occurred.
Right, and that's the idea of us talking about him conflating information that he has learned since as a memory.
Right. I don't know if it conflate is the word, but it's sort of like the void gets filled in by things he learns that likely occurred or did occur, and over time it just becomes, oh yeah, that's my memory. I remember that.
Well, one thing that might work against that idea would be if you're providing information or details about things that were not known before by other people. Fair?
Oh, I think that's true, yeah.
Okay. And you talk at length about his inability to give you details of the event, at least initially.
Well, I didn't see him initially. It was other people that were saying that, right? Okay. So I saw him, it was a while longer, and he's given me a fairly consistent story on the occasions I've seen him.
Well, when you talked to him, what did he tell you happened that day?
Oh, goodness. Well, did I not outline it in the report? So he said, let me say this. He said universally, I don't know why I did it. I do not know why I did it. But he did describe getting the gun. He did describe walking in there and shooting James, and then subsequently moving him and stabbing him, and getting the materials together and leaving. He didn't remember much about, once he got to the Greenway area, he didn't really remember much of that. He did say, as we've talked about, that he shot himself to avoid going to jail. But what's really, so he described the events in some detail, right? While at the same time saying, but I don't know why, right? Could he really know why? Yeah. Don't know why he wouldn't be saying it. He wanted to plead guilty. He wanted to bring closure to this.
Could a reason why be because this judge has to decide what his sentence is, and if the reason why is really bad and he does remember it, that might work against him in sentencing? Oh,
sure. And I would say this, that if there was a really bad reason, I think we would have seen it. I think. Now, again, and I'm basing that on the phenomenology of mass homicide events that occur. Well, they all occur for bad reasons. None of them occur for good reasons. And so if there was one of those sort of recognized reasons, whether he was holding back or not, typically we already see the evidence of it. Right? We can figure it out anyway. So often we figure it out when they're dead.
But you don't know, right?
Not with certainty. You're right. Absolutely. I am the first to concede that as a psychiatrist, I don't know that there's going to ever be anything other than death and taxes that I will be able to tell this court with 100% certainty.
Okay. if you will, I mean, walk us through a little bit more in detail about what he told you happened.
So, sure. So when I first saw him, it's a little disjointed because he said that they came home from school that day. It was an average day. He said he felt fine. He then noted that he was being very digressive. He talked about driving to school that day and then coming home. They come home do their chores and take turns playing the video games. And then he says he didn't have any homework that day. And he said, I don't know why I got the gun and shot him. He says, I didn't feel it. I don't remember what I was thinking. He was on the TV playing the PlayStation and I shot him in the back of the head. He didn't die. I dragged him into the master bathroom and stabbed him. Took him so that farthest away from where my parents would come in. Stabbed him in the neck.
Well, let me stop you there, and then we'll go back to that. That part about I took him to the farthest portion of the bathroom, or the farthest portion of the home, the bathroom from where my parents would come in. Would it surprise you that that reason is nowhere in the discovery?
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it in the discovery either. Yeah.
Right, and so that's a fact that he's giving you that nobody would have had but him, right?
Oh, right. So let me just say this. I don't want you to infer that by dissociation somebody's unconscious.
I'm talking about this.
It's like remembering a dream.
I'm talking about this idea that he doesn't have a memory, but these are facts that we've implanted in him by his review of the discovery.
Well, so got to remember, for months following this, he didn't have any of this memory. And so he's building memory.
Right, but so that portion is not in discovery.
Oh,
right?
I'm not contesting that. That's fine. I see what you're saying. So the point being is that when you go from no memory for literally months, even Dr. Hurt mentioned this, to building an increasingly sort of detailed, if not accurate, recall, that is a perfect situation in which provoked confabulation occurs. That memories that are his, though, can be interspersed with memories that are not his, right? And so it's another one of those million shades of gray that I know cause issues in courtrooms.
So we think that, so in your opinion, there's a chance that he remembers why he drug him to the bathroom, but he doesn't remember shooting him in the head or doing anything.
No. He didn't remember either of those things initially. And for example,
I'm talking about right then when he's talking to you and says, I drug him from the living room to the bathroom.
Could that have been confabulated?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
With what?
No. Provoked confabulation and confabulation there's two forms of this. So the provoked confabulation is when they're provided information.
Okay.
Unprovoked is a spontaneous sort of putting those pieces together in a way that makes sense, right? You're getting way beyond the opinions I'm giving, though, right? All I'm saying is he went from no memories to increasing memories over a period of months, which is highly suspicious. That doesn't mean that when he said, he gave the reason, I shot myself to avoid going to prison, when he didn't really remember shooting himself for a while. So I'm not saying that what he said isn't true. I'm not saying that some of it couldn't be truly held recall. What I'm saying is that with some uncertainty, is that there are indicators that these memories, he didn't have them at first. So the question then becomes, how did he suddenly build memories that didn't exist earlier? So it could be some of one and some of the other.
Or he could have that memory and just decided to share it now.
In the realm of possibilities, yes, that's true.
What else did he tell you happened after he drug him to the bathroom?
He says he wrote a letter. Don't remember what was in the letter. Okay, that's interesting. So this interview, he says he doesn't remember what's in the letter. Then on the subsequent interview, he says, I remember writing the letter, and he was aware of what was in the letter, but he doesn't know why he would have written what was in the letter. But nonetheless, so there's an evolution occurring. I guess I want him to die, but I don't know why. Some of this is not related to the event, so I'm trying to get to it. Then he talked about going and getting the materials that he left the house with and changing clothes because he was going to go hide in the woods. Then he went and he talks about which guns and ammunition he took with him. It was planning to go to the woods,
Did he say what he was planning to do when he got in the woods?
hide. Wish I understood why I shot him, James. No idea why. I just did it. There's not a reason. So then he leaves the house, goes down the street, and he says, shot someone 3 times. So I shot because they saw me with a gun to stop them from calling, but it was loud. That would cause people, some of it just is notes that don't make much sense. But he does say that I shot those people.
Well, I want to go back to what you just said, because that's something that we didn't have in any of the discovery, right? Why did he shoot those people in the street?
Well, the why couldn't be in the discovery. Couldn't possibly be.
So why did he tell you?
He's saying, well, he knows he did it now. So you got to remember, we're going back to a period of time where he didn't know he did
Doctor,
it.
I'm asking you a very specific question. You just said that he said why he shot the person on the street. Why did he tell you he shot the person on the street?
So that they couldn't call the police on him.
Okay. And did he go on from there and say what he did next?
Basically the same. Basically, well, I mean, I can
You said
read the
it was
whole
loud.
thing.
What was the part about it being loud?
Something about that they would have heard it. Got on the fairway very near the house, cut through houses, saw a guy in the car, saw a gun in the car, saw me, shot him, I think her.
So he says he saw a gun in the car?
That's what he said, yeah.
Okay.
So did not report me.
So he shot him so he wouldn't report him as well?
Yeah. There was a lady, shot her 2 or 3 times. Then it says the only female was the victim in the car. Crossed the bridge to the wooden rail around that. There was a trailer park. Saw a helicopter. Dad called him. Trailer park. He said he didn't remember as much when he got to the Greenway. So it kind of skips to him being in the shed. Is it shed? Yeah, it goes through the thick woods. I shot self. After I shot myself, he says there was nothing else to do. I shot myself. Nobody knew why I was in there. After I shot myself, they returned fire at me and came in with a robot after 2 hours. I mean, he clearly doesn't. That's not something he remembers. He doesn't.
How do you know that?
Because he had just blown the front of his brain off, and I saw the video of him on. He didn't. But he knows.
In your opinion, he didn't.
In my opinion, he didn't, and it's probably fairly accurate, I guess. I don't know how long it took for them to come in. Anyway, so he doesn't really remember anything after that until he was in the hospital.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Doctor, about minocycline.
Sure.
And the defendant's ingestion of that. You, unprompted on several occasions, talked about how rare that reaction is, right?
It's rare, yes.
In fact, when you read some of the studies about all of this, isn't it also true that, even contrary to what you said on your direct examination, that the onset of that depersonalization or disassociation happens relatively quickly in all of those studies?
Well, you're normally not on the medicine that long. But
I mean, within 2 days.
Oh, yeah, no, it can. I think I said it can happen early, middle, or late treatment. It can happen anytime.
I'm saying, though, in the literature on it, is it not true that the onset in those that have been studied is very quick?
Depersonalization.
Mm-hmm. As a result of that medicine, minocycline.
That is potential. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't remember that. But I do know, but I'm going to say early, middle, or late is still rare.
Very rare, right?
I discounted it initially.
Right.
Yeah.
You discounted it until you looked at it and decided that he was acting in a different way than he normally would have acted, based on your research and how he was moving.
Different than he would act, and different than the behavior in the cohort of mass homicides that I've been involved in.
Right. But I want to focus on the defendant.
Okay.
Some of the big things that you focused on for why it could be this dissociation and depersonalization is the way he was moving.
Oh, I would say that at the times he was moving in a manner that other people thought was unusual. His appearance was unusual, kind of more calm.
Did you talk to any of those people?
Just their interviews, I guess. I did not talk to them.
Okay. And so you didn't ask them what they meant by he was walking like a zombie, or he was walking nonchalantly, right?
Admittedly, yeah, I didn't. I inferred a meaning for zombie, eerie, and trance. This is the first mass homicide case where I've seen witnesses to the offense occurring describe individuals in that fashion.
Well, did you see Dr. Gibson's testimony?
I did not.
Okay. Would it surprise you then that she, who is an expert in this field and was tendered as an expert in this field, said it's very, very common that they are described as walking that way?
No, I would say calmly and nonchalantly, perhaps. Zombie, and that's a very different description of somebody, right?
But you don't know what they meant by walking like a zombie, do you?
Well, no, I didn't ask. No, you're right. I didn't talk to them.
Wouldn't that be very important to know what they meant so that you can ascribe the correct definition if you're going to make a scientific?
Well, we can look it up if you want zombie, but yeah, we can look it up. And I've got a working knowledge of what is meant by that. But yeah, sure, more information is always better. If by zombie they mean not zombie, then fine, right?
Or that they were walking like somebody in a scary movie?
Yeah, which
such as a zombie?
Mass homicide, but that is not, yes. If they're walking like a zombie or in a scary movie, I would be very interested in that.
Well, I mean, you said, doctor, that words matter, right?
And zombie has a definition. And mass homicide victims don't actually walk around like zombies in horror movies, sir. They just don't.
But you don't know what that person meant when they said zombie because you didn't take the time to ask them.
You're absolutely right. By zombie, they may have meant not zombie. That is true. By eerie, they may have meant not eerie. They may have meant all those weird terms they use. They may have misused the word. All things are possible.
Let me ask this, doctor, and we're getting a little into the weeds on this, but I think it's important. You watch zombie movies?
I have. It's not my favorite.
Okay. Are you aware that there are multiple different kinds of zombies in movies?
Yes, I'm certainly aware.
Some are fast walking, some are slow walking, right?
Yeah.
Some can open a door, some can't open a door, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's not a definition of zombie. There's what you thought they meant by zombie.
And any of those would be noteworthy to me. Any of the definitions you just described are atypical.
Right, but I guess my point...
Now, if your expert thinks that walking like a zombie in any of the ways you just described is normal in mass homicides, then I would disagree with her. She didn't say that.
Right.
Okay? I've read her research. She didn't say that. You're saying that.
What I'm saying, doctor, is you didn't take the time to find out what the person who said zombie meant by zombie, correct?
You are correct. I inferred what the meaning of zombie was. And eerie and trance.
You assumed what they meant, right?
Well, I mean, it has a meaning. There is a meaning in the book, right? It has meaning.
You said that person, I think at some point, well, I don't know if you said that person, but at some point you talked about there being this lack of emotion and that he was calm. Right?
He was at times very calm. Well, I mean, when he was talking to that person saying there's an active shooter carrying a gun, he was reasonably calm.
Right. And what he was saying, if he knew what he was doing, would be arguably pointing somebody and obfuscating his actions and putting it on someone behind him so that he could continue to get away.
Well,
right?
Possibly, although it's kind of odd that he's, carrying a gun while he's saying that. But all things are possible. Yeah, sure.
The gun's in the woods, dressed as a hunter.
In the Hedingham area? Okay, sure. All things are possible.
The trailer park's not in Hedingham, though, fair?
I don't think it's a hunting area, but nonetheless, all things are possible.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of one of the individuals in the courtroom when they were talking about him pointing the gun at Austin pointing the gun at him?
No, I've not been here except for today. I've not heard no other testimony.
And he said that Austin had emotion in his face when he pointed the gun at him?
I don't discount that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what emotion it was, but I don't discount that. If he said it, he said it.
And that would be helpful information for you to know if you're going to make this sort of.
All information is better, especially if it's accurate.
So this medication that you talked about, the minocycline, what percentage of patients does that appear in?
So there's no numbers. From the research I got, it was infinitesimally small. I can't give you a good, accurate number. The one study I saw was a series of like 167 people, but it was extremely small, and I can't give you the numbers. I can't remember.
Do you know how many people that drug is prescribed to?
Oh, hundreds of thousands. It's commonly used. I mean, other pharmacology folks would know perhaps better than I do, but it's commonly used, and I don't know how else to say rare other than rare. Rare means rare. Got it?
That's fair. You kept talking about Ambien. We're not talking about Ambien, correct?
You're absolutely correct. The only reason I even use that as an example is because most people do know it, because it has a much higher incidence of that, and it's been described a lot in the public press. So,
but those are completely different drugs, correct?
Yes. The reaction we're talking about is not different, but they are completely different classes of drugs with completely different purposes and side effect profiles.
And completely different percentage of people that suffer that side effect.
Yeah, Ambien, it's in the last research I saw, and it was about 5% will have some disruption of consciousness with it, sort of in a dissociative phenomenon.
I think you described them as doing something, just not doing it well.
Yeah, doing something, but not typical for them. It's hard to describe what it's like when somebody's, you've heard the saying, the lights are on but nobody's home. They're doing things, it has purpose, it can be organized, it can have really bizarre elements to it, but they're awake, right? They look awake, but they're just not quite all the way there in terms of understanding the reality of their situation. And so sometimes that disruption will peek through, like I might have used the example of the guy that poured the drink through his hand. So he did everything right except for picking the glass up.
In that minuscule number of people that have had this side effect, how many of those people reported doing anything violent?
I've not read any case reports of that occurring. And similarly with Ambien, thankfully, even though it happens a lot more, violence occurring in this state of dissociation with Ambien is also very uncommon. Amongst that group, they're mostly a danger to themselves. Very few hurt people.
And so you cannot point us to a single person that has, in the literature or in any of the studies where we know that was a side effect of minocycline that committed any act of violence, can you?
Right. The first part we can say. The second part, I have not ever seen a study where it was confirmed that there was a minocycline reaction and that it was the proximate cause of some felony.
So the percentage of that we know is 0.
Well, I don't know that. I just don't know of any cases. So, but it could be. Yeah.
Mr. Latour, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll resume at 10 minutes past 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Superior Court being recessed 15 minutes.
Further questions, Mr. LaTour?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I have a couple other areas I want to talk to you about, and it may be jumping around a little bit, and I apologize for that. Okay?
No worries.
When we talked a little bit about the defendant, the effect of the brain injury and the TBI and damage to the frontal lobe, I think it's now categorized as what, a mild
Neurocognitive disorder.
Neurocognitive disorder. And you talked about the effects of that, and that there's this idea that the outward may not be the same as what is happening inside.
Oh, affectively, yes.
Right. I think you pointed out several times that maybe the defendant's laughing at an inappropriate time or smiling or doing something like that, but that may not be how he feels inside.
The humor seems to be very preserved, but I think aside from that, yeah, his outward, you can't, it would be easy to misinterpret his affect as representative of his actual emotional reaction to his circumstances. Because one of the things that frontal lobes influence is actually emotional and affect expression.
So hard to get a read on it.
It can be, yeah.
It doesn't mean that he no longer suffers the range of emotions, correct?
Oh no, I think he is an emotional being. It's different now though, right? The part of the brain that sort of modulates that is mostly not working correctly, and so it's not normal. It's not gone, but it's changed, right? It's not as easily interpretable as it might be in other similarly situated folks with intact frontal lobe functioning. It's almost like he's always in a good mood when you talk, when you interact with him. Very agreeable.
At least outwardly?
Well, but the things he says, he doesn't want to be a bother to people. He wanted to plead guilty to put this to rest for the families. He, I think, enjoys the interaction with folks. I think others other than me have noted that humor and laughing seems to be a preserved affect for him. But when you talk to him about these difficult things, there are other mechanisms by which you can see his distress. His body posturing, he'll start shaking. He will use words to say that, you know, he feels horrible about what he did. And to be quite honest, I think he wishes he understood what he says. I wish I knew why. So I went off your question, I think. Sorry.
Yeah. So he could be angry still, correct?
I think so, sure, yeah.
You may not see that he's angry, but he could be angry. He could be happy and you not see that he's happy.
It wouldn't be this, it wouldn't express the same way, right?
You talked a little bit there about remorse, and I want to talk about a couple things. In your review of some of the documents that Zach Rouse interviewed the defendant and provided to you, he talks a little bit about his current state of mind, correct?
He did. I think that was before I saw him, but yes.
Right. But you reviewed all of these things.
Yeah, I can't remember it. I've got to pull it from my notes if we need to talk about it. But yeah, I did review it.
At some point, the defendant was asked if he misses his brother. Is that right?
That is correct.
And he just paused and said, "Not really."
That is correct.
And says that he focuses on his current daily life.
That,
right?
That was, I do remember that, yes.
You talked about him being a different person than he was then. because of the brain injury. What about his interests? Are his interests changed?
He seems to be a little interested in everything, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know that I would say that it's changed much, but when you talk, I almost wish you could just sit and talk with him. Because if you ask any question about anything, you are going to have a very long discussion about a lot of topics, one of which might be the question. And he has the actual about the question that you asked. So he had, what I would describe him as is an innately inquisitive and curious person who just does like to talk about sort of the details and the sort of nuanced, intricate details of various topics and things of that nature. So I don't know that his interests are different, but what I will say is that the person I examined is just interested in a little bit of everything.
When he was asked about the firearms that were inside the residence by Zach, he was able to give a very detailed explanation about each of those firearms, wasn't he?
He still can talk to you about firearms. He had training and experience with firearms, and I think he still can.
And he was able to tell, you know, there were 10 guns and walks through each of them, wasn't he?
I think so, yes. Yes.
He said at first, he said there were 9 guns, then he counted them again, and there were 10. Does that sound
That
accurate?
sounds like something he would do, actually,
Yeah.
yes.
And then he went on through and listed the ones that he remembered, correct?
Correct. You're still talking about Zach, not?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, not with you, but
okay.
the things that you relied upon.
Yeah.
He said that there was a 12 gauge that Alan's grandfather had given him, right?
That is correct.
Said that there was James had a 12 gauge, correct?
Yes.
And another 12 gauge that was bought in September for Austin for Christmas, right?
The details I don't recall, but this sounds very familiar to me,
He
yes.
said that there was a 6-hour P22 that was a 9mm, correct?
Yes.
He was able to walk through and talk about the process for purchasing firearms and how old you need to be and the rules and regulations that circle around those things, correct?
Yep, that is definitely a subject that one of many that he has detailed sort of knowledge of, in a sense.
He talked about an integrated suppressed pistol. Do you remember that in the notes?
I don't specifically remember that, but I would venture to assume that he knows what that is, yes.
He said an integrated suppressed pistol. Austin isn't sure what caliber of bullets it used, and said, quote, he had shot it before and asked about the suppressor part. He seemed confused and explained what a suppressor meant. Is this ringing a bell?
It's ringing a bell now, yeah.
And says that it's quieter, and it explains how it takes the gases that are used in a firearm and makes them quieter. Is that right?
I mean, that's accurate. And yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay. He goes on to talk about a bolt action 22 and says that's the worst gun. You couldn't hit anything within 5 feet with it, right?
It's kind of ringing the bell as you're telling me this, yeah.
And then he goes on to talk about and list the guns that he used in the murders, right?
He did.
And says that he had a Sears Model 212 gauge pump action shotgun and a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield 9mm. That it was, quote, the first pistol he ever shot. Right? Does that ring a bell?
Somewhat.
When asked about the searches on his computer, he said that he didn't remember doing any of those either, right?
Did he say that to Zach? If he did, he did it. I don't remember it.
Well,
so, I mean, he told me that, though.
He told you that he didn't remember doing any of the searches?
For the most part, does not. And doesn't, yes, for the most part, that is true. Does not recall doing those.
And when we talk about these searches, are we talking about the kind of more salacious searches that we're talking about?
No, he didn't remember other stuff either. Just because there were categories we were looking at, and there was just a bunch of stuff. So not just that.
Okay. Do you remember that he told Zach Riles in, let me see what date this is, just so I can, on an interview listed as March the 4th of 2024, says that he tells Austin that he has seen some of the discovery that shows they combed through his phone and search history and found a bunch of search history going back months related to shootings. And Austin asked him what that meant. And he tells him that they found searches related to police codes, other mass searches from earlier in the other mass shootings from earlier in the year to include Buffalo and Uvalde.
That's correct. Yeah, I found my notes. So yeah, this is the 24, 24
I
maybe?
believe so.
21, something, but I got it, yeah.
And he says that searches about school shootings and other things like that, and he says he doesn't remember or know anything about that. Asked him if he remembered making the searches, and he said no.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Latour, what exhibit are you referring to when you're reading that, or is it an exhibit?
It is not an exhibit.
All right, thank you.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I'm marking for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 27. Is that the report that we were just referring to?
It is. It's the interview completed by Zach Rawls on March 4, 2024.
Okay. And in that, I think it's on the 4th page is what we were just talking about, the
Correct.
Search history.
Yes, sir.
And on the 3rd page of that is the 3rd and carrying over into the 4th page of that is the gun discussion.
That is correct.
All right. The state removed it in mid-State's Exhibit 27.
Any objection? That's allowed.
Now, you talked a lot about Austin sharing information, and sometimes more than you may want. Fair, as far as being talkative.
Yeah, so he didn't have much gate between what he's thinking about and says, which is sort of frontal, and so he talks a lot.
At some point, do you recall Austin talking to Zach Rouse and maybe to yourself about hearing gunshots from the facility that he was in?
From the jail? I don't remember that.
Don't?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
show you State's Exhibit 28. Is this one of those reports that you reviewed that belong to Mr. Riles?
Let me make sure. This September 29 of 22. Right, I've got it.
Which that date wouldn't make sense, correct?
No, it does not.
Because that would predate this event, correct?
Yeah, that's not it. So, yeah.
Okay. But nonetheless, I would, does that appear to be an accurate copy of that report?
Oh, I believe it. I mean, I haven't read the whole thing, but it is. And I have some notes of it, just not about him hearing gunshots. So I have reviewed it, though.
Your Honor, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 28.
Any objection? No objection, it's allowed.
I'll point your attention to the first page under Current Life and that first full paragraph. Can you review that and read it to the court?
First paragraph of the Current Life says, we discussed that the detention center is located right next to the Coliseum. Austin tells me he heard music from a show at the Coliseum one time. He can also hear gunshots from the law enforcement shooting range. I do remember this now. That is located right next to the facility. Austin tells me that they must spend a whole lot on ammunition when they use the shooting range. He says that for 223 or 516 bullets cost $1 each. These are the bullets that an AR-15 shoots. Austin tells me that one magazine is 30 rounds.
And on the second page of that, in the second full paragraph, he discusses his parents' separation, correct?
Say it starting.
Second full paragraph on the second page?
The
first full paragraph on the second page, I'm sorry, just above hunting.
Oh, okay. I tell Austin I've met both of his parents since my last visit. He asks where I met them, and I tell him I met his dad at their house, and I met his mom near her work. Austin knows that they have separated, but he doesn't know where his mom lives. I tell him I don't either. Austin's parents are still visiting him. They visit together. The facility gave his dad an exception to the policy to let him visit on Sundays.
Now that you and I discussed this issue of the separation in the family?
I don't think.
Okay. Is that an issue that can sometimes cause concern for young children?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Can be a traumatic or precipitating event for them in their lives?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's usually not, but it can be.
Right. I mean, that can be something that has a very significant emotional toll on a family.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Whether they tell you that it does or not, right?
They can say that it does not, and it can be big deal, sure.
Were you made aware that just before this event that the paperwork had been filed for the separation?
Yeah, I don't know when I became aware of it, but I'm aware of the. I mean, they're to say that. Yes, I was aware of it. Yeah, they're an intact-ish family, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I was aware of it.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the larger note that was left, that Austin left for everybody. We have not discussed that second note that he left.
Correct.
That note seemed to be a warning to his parents or whomever he believed would find his brother's dead body, correct?
That is correct.
And he left it right outside the room where that person had been killed.
Correct.
Which would be an appropriate location if you were attempting to warn somebody not to go in that room, right?
I agree.
And the content of that note is appropriate, correct?
It is.
Appropriate.
Well, given the circumstances.
Given the circumstances,
right.
It's appropriate. Was there anything about that note that you considered in your evaluation here?
No, I mean, I considered it because I reviewed it, but he left a casing on it. On my copy, there looks to be an evidence marker or a ruler on it, but maybe it was just there. But other than that, it says what it says. And, kind of fits with him saying that what we've already talked about, moving the body back there. So I think he didn't want his parents to find his brother.
Which would be a reasonable thing,
It would be, well, none of it's reasonable, but it would make sense. So,
given the circumstances.
yes. Yeah.
You talked about video games and violent television, I think, to some degree, and how that in and of itself is not I think you talked about there being some studies that alone is not a precipitating event for these sorts of things or for violence in general.
That is true. Yeah, I can detail that, but yeah, that's a nice summation.
Okay. It is also true, though, that kind of like we talked about with your report, what you put in affects what comes out, right?
Yes.
And so consuming violent content can have an effect on a person's mental state or the way they view violence, correct?
Yes.
Including to desensitize someone to violence.
I would say that makes sense to me, that the more you are exposed to, I mean, it's nice to be able to separate fantasy from reality, but the more you are exposed to sort of adverse stimuli like that, you become numb to it.
Right.
Yes.
And so when you become numb to that sort of thing, your reaction to it is atypical. It's not what a normal person may react to, is not so desensitized.
I mean,
to it.
can that be the case? Yes, that's true. That can be the case.
And while I think you got into this causation correlation idea and saying that, well, just consuming it doesn't in and of itself create this predisposition to do this sort of thing, fair?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just paraphrasing research on it, but yes.
Right. And I'm paraphrasing your paraphrase of it.
That's fine.
But if someone already has a predisposition to do something violent, consuming that sort of stuff and desensitizing yourself to those sorts of things can make it easier to take that next step.
So I tend to agree with you on that. The research is not as clear on that, right? So the research would suggest that if for people that have a lot of internalized anger, that another equally plausible theoretical approach to that is that if you give them a actually nonviolent way to express that hostility, to get it out, that can actually be protective. And there was one decent study that looked at this and said that these video gamers, that while they have more propensity to have like arguments with their family and scream at each other and stuff, that they were actually less likely to engage in overt violent acts than age-matched non-gamer controls. That being said, I concur with your line of reasoning. It's not as clear research-wise.
Right, but and I guess that research is, to be fair, it's kind of muddy, right? I mean,
it's a little muddy.
It's not clear itself.
I mean, I will say that I agree with that, although I will say that the bulk of it has led the APA twice now to say, it's not sound to keep saying that video games cause violence. I'm big on less screen time. I think that it's true that there are problems associated with that. I'm not so sure that I can support an argument that it makes people kill people.
Right,
But, yeah.
And I don't think that I'm saying that a video game makes anyone kill anyone. What I'm asking and positing to you, though, is not limited to video games, but could include video games.
Oh, sure. Exposure to violence.
Exposure to violence. If you see in real life, you come from a broken home where there's domestic violence within the home, then you're more likely to go out and commit domestic violence.
You got it. Now, I would say that I think being raised in a war zone environment like that is different than role-playing fantasy. The concept is sound. I agree with that.
And I would include in that, and I'm asking you, if you're watching videos of real-world violence,
yeah,
and seeking that sort of thing out, like shootings or beheadings or any other type of video that maybe, I think you talked about faces of death.
It's unhealthy.
It's not good for somebody's brain to consume that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree with you to the extent that I would say it's unhealthy. Certainly to the degree it becomes a focus or a preoccupation is very unhealthy. And yet, at the same time, it's common. I mean, so common that it makes you question, why do humans have such a morbid curiosity about such things? And yet the internet traffic stats on these sites alone suggest that humans have an innate morbid curiosity about such things. And I don't think it's healthy.
And I think you have made it abundantly clear for the record that it is common. And I'm not arguing with you about its commonality.
Sure.
I'm arguing with you or discussing with you about its consumption. And to say that in and of itself does not cause you to necessarily be violent.
Okay.
But again, if you have a predisposition to want to do something or to want to be violent, and you consume violent imagery, whether it be a video game, Faces of Death, or a website that we've talked about that
Sure.
has nothing but videos of people dying, and you're also searching out torture videos and things like that.
Correct.
That may be something that gets you over that initial barrier to desensitize you to a degree that you would behave in a different way.
So I would suggest, can it? Yeah, I think it can. It just doesn't seem to often. And again, some people have theorized that finding non-lethal outlets for lethal fascination or impulses is actually protective. But your theory, but what you say, I don't disagree with. I think it can and probably does happen.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. Corbin, I'm just going to go through questions with you that you were just asked by the state. I'll probably have to jump around a little bit. You mentioned we talked specifically about 2 dates that there were mistakes on. Was that the problem of the attorneys turning something over to you with an improper date on it?
I believe that to be the case. I don't know who wrote that date on there, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was apparently a typo in that.
Well, it was written wrong.
Right, yes.
Yeah, and yes, and I just assumed that since it was on the note that he wrote it.
Right.
So,
does that change anything else about the opinion of it, your findings? If that date was correct on there, would that have completely dismissed the report that you?
Oh no, and no, it doesn't change. I mean, it doesn't.
When we're talking about this separation between Austin's parents, are you aware of any internet searches that Austin was struggling with that, or was it desperation about his parents breaking up?
I never really saw that as a topic in any aspect of the assessment for him. So.
And we've talked about things that are, maybe unfortunately more common in society, but is it common that relationships break up?
Yeah, and I'll say this: while separation and divorce is never to be celebrated and not a good thing, sometimes it is the less bad thing. So, not speaking about them in particular, I don't know the details of that, but
right.
In and of itself, while you never want it, kids are resilient.
And you weren't here, you said you were only here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't hear the testimony where Detective Tripp said that he had reached out to these online friends that Austin had?
No, I didn't hear about that.
So you're not aware of, but you would be aware if they had said anything that was negative about this case or that put him on this path to violence, any kind of report like that?
I would hope to have been provided that, sure.
And you also didn't hear Detective Tripp talk about they had reached out to the person that Austin purportedly waved to in the trailer park?
Oh, I wasn't here to hear that. I'm kind of semi-aware of that, though. Yes. Well, I'm definitely aware of the evidence of it. Yeah.
in your experience and your, I guess, hours talking to Austin and the hours going through the interviews where other people talk to Austin, Mr. Rouse namely, is there any indication that Austin is holding back what people want to know the most?
So I'm going to say no, there is no indication, and let me kind of fill that out a little bit. As I've mentioned, I know to the state, such possibilities universally exist. There are instances in which we can see indicators of that kind of conduct in an interview, right? Those indicators were not present on this assessment. Similarly, there are certainly real reasons, at least one very real reason, that sort of recall and being able to explain thoughts, feelings, and emotions around that time would be very, very difficult given the extent of his injury alone. But directly to your question, no. Is it possible he's holding back? Yeah. I find that to be an unlikely scenario clinically.
And as time has gone on and you've been working with him for the past 3 years or either yourself or Mr. Rouse, is it fair to say that he's talked more and I guess formed relationships with people that he may be more willing to say what his thoughts, feelings, and emotions are?
So I would think so. I would agree with that statement. And let me just say, I mentioned this to the state as well. One of the impact, I don't know how long this was or to what extent this was the case before 2022, but one of the impacts of the frontal injury is that the gait, one of the functions of the frontal lobe is it sort of as a gait. It slows us down in terms of our thoughts and expressing them verbally. It says, because certain things we need a gait to say, I shouldn't necessarily say what I'm thinking, right? It's not appropriate, right? He is sort of out there, kind of hyperverbal, lets it all hang out. There's very little gait, and that's organic, right? My suspicion is he might have been a little bit that way before, but he's a lot that way now, and I can say that with real certainty because I've experienced it. He is very impulsive in what he says. So it would be, not that it's impossible for such a person to manage their presentation and manage what they're sharing with, but he's clearly remains very close with his parents. I think he's had a very healthy relationship with members of your defense team, as much as I understand that. And he's been extremely talkative with me, right? So I think it's less likely that he would be even able to really effectively hold back, and I'm just not sure he really wants to. So.
And you're aware you got records about his behavioral records in the jail?
Yes.
Or in the detention facility?
I mean, not until today, but yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're aware of any kind of behavioral issues that may have popped up while you've been in custody? I think you had talked about him taking a shower that was too long.
From what I know, he's maintained a pretty high level and did get one write-up for taking a shower that was too long. Okay. I don't know how long, but too long.
And so in your opinion, he's performed well in this restrictive environment?
Oh, right. So, yes. I mean, he's done very well in that environment. It will be curious to see whether when he moves to a more general population adult correctional facility, which has different stressors and different constraints and different controls than the juvenile detention center, which I gotta say I was impressed with their handling there too. It might be a different struggle for him.
Talk to me more about that. What is curious about it and what are the different struggles that you have?
Well, so, I mean, the juvenile detention center is a juvenile detention center. And so it is, if y'all have never been there, I mean, it's structured as such. The programming is structured as such. The interactions that they have in the system of rewards and sort of removal of rewards in what we call a milieu economy. It's designed to be very therapeutic, almost school-like therapeutic kind of controls. A prison population is similarly highly controlled, but not necessarily designed as much to be therapeutic or protective in that manner. And one of the concerns is that he's kind of got a gullibility around, I'm sorry to say, that in the wrong population could be taken advantage of. I mean, to be quite honest, I don't know that we've talked about this before, but it is a concern I've had that he will eventually is going to such a facility, and even though he's 18, in many respects he's still functioning at an age much less than that. And if asked, I would suggest that recommendations for, oops, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I had that one coming.
And we had talked some, or you just talked to Ms. Latour, and I think you have a different opinion than even me, I guess, about video games and the consumption of them. And you're aware that the most popular video game nearly every year comes out is Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yes, sir.
And so the most popular game, millions of units sold every year, and you still have concerns about it, even though it is the number one game for, I guess, and I don't want to limit it to just kids, but all ages of men.
Here's what I would say. I would say that I don't have a concern about y'all playing Call of Duty. I don't. It is, in all things in life, moderation is the key, right? So if you are otherwise normally situated and you are otherwise focusing on other aspects of your real life, and you're not completely even daily players, even players that the 60% of teen boys that play between 1 and 2 hours a day, right? So even those individuals, that's fine if they can separate that fantasy uber violence from real life. More importantly, if they can separate themselves from that fantasy uber violence and actually live their real life. And I think you do that. So I'm not worried about you in your case, but I'm aware you're a gamer. So I have concerns about them in terms of the extent of immersion.
Yeah, well, and to take it away from me, Austin himself was performing on a Dean's List level. So obviously he was able to play his couple of hours a day and then perform at school at an exceptionally high level.
Right, and do their chores and engage in activities with at least with his dad and brother. And so it was limited. Again, we're remembering we're still COVID-y at this point, but there wasn't indication of him having troublesome failures in other social domains. Right. So,
and you would see that if these games were such an obsession of him that was all he was doing. And like we always hear about college dropouts, and all they do is play games and then
you typically see it, and you see the path. And I have seen this, people that just become maybe not that game, but so immersed in just this online alternate reality that becomes their reality almost,
And along the same lines, we have also talked about other forms of media in the online websites. Nothing in the internet searches shows that he was obsessed with them and he was staying on them 10 hours a day and in chat rooms and stuff like that. Correct?
Now, one of the reassuring things and very observable with him is he would just fly from one topic to the next and sometimes circle back to the original topic, sometimes to topics that are violent in nature. But, he would flit and flop between looking for like various career paths to looking up the definition of words to seeing something about torture to something for school so the reassuring part is that we all do things that aren't the healthiest thing in our lives, as long as we don't do it too much.
And it's not like a Clockwork Orange situation where he's been sitting there just programmed with this the entire time.
That's a great example. It's not like a clock. Yes, so you want to avoid the absolute immersion into any of that at all, actually.
We had talked some again about the note that was found. Even going through it, does it change your opinion about some of the stuff just not making sense with that note?
No, listen, I'm first to say that there are certain lines that you can interpret whether like one of the two lines even goes together. Is it two statements or one statement? But it doesn't change it, and it doesn't explain it. Even if it was the reason that he did this, I would be like, why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? So it doesn't change my view of the concerns, and the date thing certainly doesn't change my view of the concerns.
And you talked some, how was he able to retain the kind of gun information that he was talking about to you and Mr. Rao?
Well, he's had that information for a good long while, right? And so the memory is in different categories, and so amnesia for an event surrounding, let's just say, the traumatic brain injury, and lack of recall for that, or fragmented recall for that, is different than procedural memory or long-term remote recall. And he certainly is still able to learn new memories. He's earned his degree, high school diploma, since this happened. So not all memory is the same. So his inability to recall something on a certain date is very different than his ability to recall which guns they have or where they've lived and all that kind of stuff.
And as a psychiatrist and with all your experience, how was he supposed to cope with the loss of his, or taking his brother's life?
How can you? You move on. You do what you can. You maintain and rebuild relationships that have been destroyed. I mean, let's say with his parents, it is so reassuring that despite what happened, because they're victims in this too, that they have circled around him. So, and it's complicated by the fact that he does not understand, nor is it likely the case that he will ever really understand why he even did this, which is, while you feel remorse, and he does, in my view, he doesn't know why it happened. He doesn't doubt that it happened. So, I mean, I think in a general sense, maintaining and surrounding himself with the relationships that he has done, to the extent that he's able to cope with that, seek individual therapy and counseling and treatment to help come to terms with what he has done, because more so than most sort of violent offenses of this sort, it's complicated by the fact that he doesn't himself understand it, right? So we all talk about this phrase, senseless crimes. That doesn't mean no reason. Most crimes, when we look at it, there's a reason. It's a stupid, senseless reason. In this case, I'm still left with a very high concern that there's just no discernible reason. And for him, there seems to be no reasoning for it.
When we look at this video, let me back up for 1 second. We were talking about information I believe he was giving to you specifically about the shooting itself.
That's right.
You recall talking with Mr. Latour about him shooting a person because they had a gun?
Or he saw a gun.
Or because he saw a gun in the car?
Right.
And he said that was the only woman that he shot?
My notes say that, but it could be wrong. I mean, he talks fast, and I was taking notes fast.
Okay. But could it be right?
I mean,
or that's what he told you?
I mean, yeah, it could be right that that's what he told me. Okay. He moves a mile a minute when he gets going. So.
And I believe that you talked to Mr. Latour that he had shot someone to prevent them from calling the police.
Correct.
And you've seen the videos. Did Austin ever make any effort, besides until the going and hiding in the woods, make any effort to conceal himself or conceal his identity as he was walking down the street?
From what I've seen, he was kind of just walking around out in the open with a long gun, and if he was trying to hide, he was not doing a very adept job. So, didn't seem to be the case.
And talk about this a little bit, because we have some. Is the word? I guess y'all were talking about how important words are. Where did you get the phrasing "slow, zombie-like"? Where did you pull those from?
Oh, so they were summaries of interviews of the individuals that saw him during that time.
And that was coming from the state, correct?
That was Discovery, yes.
And I know there was a debate about fast zombies and slow zombies. What kind of zombies are you talking about when you're talking about these zombies?
The way that we hear them otherwise describing him, just sort of lumbering along, not particularly in a hurry. One said he had his head down, nonchalant, I think it's fair to say, not what they thought it was noteworthy enough to mention it.
Right.
And so not what one would expect to see in this circumstance.
And so when they thought of it enough to mention that he was walking like a zombie, that is should be in the general opinion of what a zombie walks like.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of how you define it, it's noteworthy in that it's not just normal. It's not normal.
And just a couple more questions about this. And so it wasn't like a fast zombie and not. When a person says, or when Fox News says downtown San Francisco looks like a zombie apocalypse, are they talking about fast people running around and like?
And I wasn't in.
Sustained.
What kind of zombie? General, what's your textbook definition of zombies?
In this case,
Yeah, sustained injection.
Counter, I objected when we started into this, and Ms. Latour, we got a whole paragraphs about zombies, and now we're being shut down.
We're getting pretty far afield. Yeah, sustained injection.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Dr. Corbin, you personally examined several mass shooters.
unfortunately, more than several, yes.
How many would you say you examined?
20-ish. I have a couple other actives right now. So.
And you're familiar with all the research that goes into the research and classifications of mass shooters?
Tons of it, and there's just I doubt that I am familiar with all of it because it's a huge volume of research, as you can imagine.
And you reviewed thousands of pages of well, how many pages of records have you reviewed? And
several thousand, anyway. Okay. In this case, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
in this case specifically.
Yeah.
And is it still your opinion, after being cross-examined by the state, your process is sound in ruling out those other past the violence that we've heard about?
It is. I mean, so, but I want to be fair in this. I have, to my satisfaction, not found evidence to support any of the sort of more typically observed or untypically observed rationales for this to have occurred, which leaves the more rare event to be more likely. And there is evidence that seems to support that that rare event did take place. But I tried to be I did not offer an opinion as to automatism or something like that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because there's just not enough data to give me that degree of certainty. But in the realm of possibilities, many of which the states talked with me about today, I still find it to be the most likely scenario.
When you say it being the most likely, what are you talking about?
Altered mental state. I'll just say altered mental state incorporating elements of dissociation, most likely resulting from medicine.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Recross, Mr. Latour.
I just, a couple quick things, Your Honor. Doctor, what you were just saying, this rare event, you find it to be more likely. And we've talked about words having meaning.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear if I'm understanding you correctly. Are you saying you're finding that the rare event is more likely that it could have been that rare event than it otherwise would have been?
No. What I'm saying is that it's this sort of a medical decision-making thing. Once the other things become less likely, because I can't find evidence of them, then the thing that's still a rare event becomes more likely. If it was highly likely, it's highly more likely that I would have come here and told you, look, it's my opinion that did in fact happen with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. I know we're talking about sort of fine legal concepts, but it's not that it's more likely than anything. It's the more likely of the information that we have. When we look at this, again, I'm trying to figure the why out. The why, in my opinion, is not because he was angry and wanted to blow up the world. I doubt very seriously, despite him saying that it's over that humanity destroying the world, I don't find that to be a credible assertion given my psychiatric analysis of him. So while I'm saying that the dissociative reaction in altered mental state is what's left as the most likely scenario, that's different than saying that's what happened.
I understand.
Yeah.
I was just trying to clarify if you were saying it's more likely than these other things, or more likely than I would have thought it normally
Oh,
would be?
it's more likely than the other things that I think are not likely. Yeah, I
just
got you
wasn't-
now.
I just wasn't understanding. I wanted to. be
Yeah,
clear.
and I totally didn't get your question right. Sorry about that.
Just one other thing. You talked a little bit about your concerns about the defendant and being in, when he gets moved to adult court or adult jail, because the juvenile center is much different. That's because he gets like sandwiches and gets a tablet that he gets to watch movies on and things like that, now that you're concerned that he may not get at the other place, including the level of care and attention for him.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really thinking sandwiches and tablets, but it's just a different environment, and that's it's from going to school to the big leagues, and in a sense, and their concern is that there's a higher likelihood of them being sort of mistreated or taken advantage of in that environment.
Do you recall, I think it's in June 26th of 2025, interview with Zach Rawls, where the defendant is asking him about movies and if he had seen certain movies?
Oh, I do, but I don't remember the details of it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall that the two movies he asked about were a movie called Civil War and another movie called Warfare?
I did not know that, and I don't know anything about the movies either. I mean, I'm sure I read it, but I don't remember.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 29, which
Thank you,
is
sir.
that interview, and I would move to introduce State's Exhibit 29.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And I would ask you to read the last paragraph on the last page.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. I asked Austin if he has any messages he wants me to pass on to his attorneys, but he doesn't have any. Austin then asks if I've seen the movie Civil War or Warfare. I tell him I've seen neither, but I've heard about Civil War as being interesting. Austin hasn't seen these movies either, but he just wants to know about them.
And you don't know anything about those movies?
I know nothing about them.
So you don't know that one of them is a military
Objection,
movie?
Your Honor. Said he doesn't know about it.
You don't know that one of those movies, Warfare, is a military movie about Army that's a violent movie?
Don't know that, but given the title, I'm sort of not shocked. So
And that Civil War is a similar type movie?
I would, if I had to venture a guess, I would think it's not a love story.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, just very briefly, Your Honor.
Well, all right.
I'll be done in a second. And both of these movies you haven't seen them, but they were both released in regular movie theaters across this country, correct?
Oh no, I'll assume that they are.
They weren't some deep dive internet search about violent movies.
Oh no, well, if Zach's heard of them, I doubt that they're that kind of movie.
And in your opinion, is the most likely that Austin was in an altered state or altered mental state more so than any kind of environmental terrorism and more so than any kind of violent pathways?
Yep. Yes, sir.
A further question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
We'll recess the evening until tomorrow at 9:30.
Yes, Sean.